What echoes through the ages? A whisper of despair and a shout of hope, all bound within the fragile pages of a single book. The Psalms, a tapestry of human emotion painted with the brush of divine inspiration, pulsate with life, beckoning from the shadows of history. Each verse, a heartbeat resonating with the cries of warriors, the lamentations of the brokenhearted, and the jubilant songs of the redeemed, threads together a narrative that transcends time. Consider the moment. A solitary figure, lonely on a windswept hill, pours out his soul, his voice mingling with the rustling leaves. In the depths of anguish, he questions, "Why, O Lord, do you stand so far away?" The heavens seem silent, yet each word cuts through the air like a sword, revealing the rawness of human vulnerability. This is not merely poetry. It is a reflection of a soul wrestling with the divine, a tension that crackles with every syllable. From the desolate cries of exile to the triumphant anthems of victory, the Psalms cradle stories of betrayal and redemption, of despair turning to joy. Can you feel the stinging salt of tears as David, a shepherd turned king, pens his heart amidst the chaos of betrayal? The bitter taste of loss hangs heavy in the air as he reflects on the shadows of his past. Enemies lurking, trust shattered. Yet, beneath the weight of those dark moments, glimmers of hope illuminate the path ahead. "Create in me a clean heart, O God," he implores, a plea that reverberates through the ages, echoing in every heart that yearns for forgiveness. As the sun sets on ancient Jerusalem, the ambience thickens with anticipation. The music of the temple fills the air, a beautiful chaos of worship and supplication. As the faithful gather, their voices rising like incense to the heavens. What truths lie hidden within those melodies? What powerful emotions lie trapped, waiting for the right moment to break free? The Psalms serve as a sacred vessel, a bridge connecting the terrestrial with the ethereal, where every note carries a longing for something greater. But darkness looms. A harrowing voice whispers of doubt and despair, echoing through the chambers of the heart. The psalmist wrestles with his very existence, trapped in the tension between faith and fear. "Will you forget me forever?" he asks, the question hanging in the air like a storm cloud, pregnant with the weight of uncertainty. The fear of abandonment claws at him, each word a plea that could shatter the silence of the heavens. As the narrative unfolds, each psalm becomes a portal into the very essence of humanity. The celebration of love, the agony of loss, and the relentless pursuit of meaning. In this crucible of emotions, the threads of sorrow and joy intertwine, beckoning the reader to confront their own doubts and awaken their buried hopes. The tension builds, a crescendo of longing and revelation, promising that within the depths of these ancient words, one might find the echoes of their own soul's cry. What will emerge from this sacred exchange, and how will it reshape the understanding of faith, doubt, and every emotion in between? The answer, like a flame flickering in the dark, waits just beyond the horizon, inviting all who dare to look closer. In the flickering shadows of ancient Israel, a voice rises, a voice that trembles with the weight of sorrow, hope, and divine longing. Picture a small gathering beneath the vast, starlit sky, where desperate whispers intertwine with the rustle of leaves in the gentle night breeze. Here, around a crackling fire, men and women share tales of their ancestors, their struggles, and their dreams. Each word is a prayer, each prayer a psalm waiting to be born. The Israelites, a people shaped by hardship, knew well the sting of oppression. Their story began as they believed with a promise made to Abraham. The land was theirs, a gift from God, a lush tapestry of rolling hills and flowing rivers. But with every blessing came trials. Generations faced the iron grip of slavery in Egypt, their cries echoing through the ages. "Why, God? Where are you?" The pain was palpable, igniting a flame of longing that would find its expression in the Psalms. As they wandered the wilderness, searching for the promised land, each step was a mixture of hope and despair. The journey was filled with uncertainty, and amid the barren landscapes, they penned their laments. "How long, O Lord, will you forget us?" The raw emotions spilled onto parchment, echoing the cries of the heart. In moments of doubt, the Psalms became their refuge, a balm that soothed their weary souls and reminded them of God's unwavering presence. In the midst of this turmoil, a shepherd boy named David emerged, a figure whose heart was a tapestry woven with passion and pain. He danced in the fields, lost in the melodies of his soul, and when he faced the giants of his life, it was through song that he found strength. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." His words painted vivid images of trust and reliance, capturing the hearts of those who heard them. David's psalms became a bridge between the human experience and the divine, each line pulsing with life, every strophe a heartbeat. The rise of David marked a pivotal moment. From the depths of despair to the heights of a united kingdom, the Psalms reflected a nation's spirit. The joy of victory was captured in jubilant verses, dancing through the air like birds set free. "Sing to the Lord a new song." The echoes of celebration resounded through the valleys, but shadows loomed as well. With every triumph, there were also moments of failure, loss, and tragedy. My God, why have you forsaken me?" These words, raw and unfiltered, became a testament to the struggle that resides within every heart. As the years unfolded, Israel faced invaders, exile, and the destruction of their beloved temple. The Psalms transformed once more, reflecting the anguish of a people uprooted from their homeland. The voices of the exiles rose in unison, their lamenting songs filled with longing. "By the rivers of Babylon, we sat and wept." Each note carried the weight of shattered dreams, yet within that sorrow, a flicker of hope remained. They sang not just of loss but of the unbreakable bond with their God, a promise that transcended time and circumstance. The Babylonian captivity left deep scars, yet even in the shadows, the Psalms provided solace. In those dark days, the faithful clung to their sacred songs. "Restore us, O Lord, to life again." The heartache was palpable, but so was the fierce desire for renewal. Each psalm was a lifeline, a connection to their heritage, and a reminder of a future filled with promise. The exiles wrote their hopes into the Psalms, believing that one day they would return to the land of their forefathers. The Psalms' origins were not just tales of heartache, but also odes of wisdom and reflection. Wise men and women, known as sages, began to weave their thoughts into the fabric of these sacred songs. They pondered the human condition and offered insights that resonated through the ages. "The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom." Their words guided the faithful in navigating the complexities of life, a beacon on a stormy sea. As the years turned, other voices emerged. The priestly class took on the responsibility of preserving these ancient songs. They understood the power of the Psalms in worship, leading the people in prayer and song. The temple became a sacred space where the Psalms echoed off stone walls, filling the air with reverence and awe. "Let everything that has breath praise the Lord." The songs wove the community together, binding them in shared faith and collective memory. Yet, even amidst this communal worship, the individual's voice remained strong. The Psalms are deeply personal, a reflection of one's innermost feelings. Each cry of despair and shout of joy transformed into a prayer, giving voice to the unspeakable. The writers poured out their hearts, from feelings of abandonment to the heights of ecstatic praise. "Create in me a clean heart, O God." These intimate expressions transcended time, resonating with anyone who has ever felt lost, seeking redemption and grace. In the shadows of Jerusalem's bustling streets, the Psalms continued to evolve, reflecting the ever-changing world around them. New challenges arose, and with them, new songs were birthed. The Romans cast their shadow over Israel, and the cries grew louder. "How long, O Lord, will you allow this suffering?" Within this tension, the Psalms encapsulated the spirit of resistance and resilience, echoing the hope of a people yearning for deliverance. As the final notes of this historical symphony play, the Psalms remain a living testament to the human experience. Each line carries the weight of a legacy steeped in faith, pain, joy, and longing. The words, etched in stone and ink, are not merely relics of the past. They pulse with life, ready to embrace the hearts of those who dare to listen. The story does not end here. It continues to unfold, interwoven with the threads of time, echoing the eternal cry of humanity for connection, understanding, and love. The next chapter awaits, its heart racing with anticipation, ready to reveal what lies ahead. In the dim light of a flickering candle, an ancient voice rises, echoing through the dusty halls of history, carrying the weight of sorrow, hope, and unyielding faith. Each word, draped in emotion, resonates like the delicate strings of a harp, playing the melody of human experience. It's here, among the sacred verses, that the Psalms pulse with life, revealing the heart of humanity. Its joys, its struggles, and its deepest longings. They are not merely words on a page. They are the lifeblood of a people, written over centuries, capturing the essence of a divine conversation. The Psalms are a tapestry woven from diverse threads, each stitch representing a different type of song or prayer, reflecting the vast spectrum of human emotion and experience. The ancient Israelites, in their moments of triumph and despair, found solace in these poetic expressions. They were warriors and poets, shepherds and kings, all pouring their hearts into these sacred songs. The structure of the Psalms is not a rigid framework, but rather a symphony of styles, each category striking a different chord. Among these, the hymns stand tall, radiating joy and praise. They are the celebrations that erupt from the hearts of people basking in the glory of their Creator. Praise the Lord, they cry, reverberating through the ages, encapsulating the essence of gratitude and devotion. The jubilant words burst forth like vibrant flowers in spring, drawing worshippers to dance and lift their voices in unison. These hymns remind all who sing them of the beauty of creation, the magnificence of the Almighty, and the sheer delight of existence. But as the sun sets, casting shadows over the landscape of life, the laments rise like a haunting melody, a stark contrast to the joyous hymns. Here, the raw emotions of despair and heartache are laid bare. The psalmist, in anguish, cries out to God, questioning the silence in times of suffering. "Why, O Lord, have you forsaken me?" The words echo, piercing the darkness like a desperate plea for light. In these moments, the laments are not just cries of sorrow. They embody a profound struggle, a wrestling with faith that many have faced throughout history. They invite readers to confront their own pain, voicing what often goes unspoken. As the pages turn, one encounters the penitential psalms, drenched in remorse and yearning for redemption. Each verse is a confession, a humble admission of failure, a longing for forgiveness that rises like smoke from a burnt offering. The heart of the sinner, laden with guilt, finds a voice here, pleading for mercy, echoing the ancient tradition of repentance that stretches back through the ages. The sorrow felt in these lines is tangible, stirring the depths of the soul, revealing the common thread of human weakness that binds all people together. In stark contrast, the wisdom psalms emerge, offering counsel and insight like a wise elder sharing secrets under the cool shade of an ancient tree. These verses invite reflection, inviting the listener to ponder life's complexities and the path toward righteousness. They are filled with proverbs and maxims, guiding the faithful through the trials of existence. The wisdom psalms are not mere advice. They are a call to discernment, urging individuals to seek the divine in the everyday moments of life. The royal psalms, on the other hand, resonate with a regal air, celebrating the authority of God and the chosen king. They echo the hopes of a nation, proclaiming the sovereignty of the Lord. "The Lord reigns," they declare, a rallying cry that stirs pride and unity among the people. These psalms connect the divine to the earthly, intertwining the destiny of a nation with the will of God, illuminating the role of leadership in the spiritual journey of a community. Here, one can almost hear the clash of armor and the heartbeat of a kingdom striving for righteousness. Then there are the imprecatory psalms, where the psalmist calls down curses upon enemies, a stark reminder of the struggle between good and evil. These words may raise eyebrows today, but they reflect a profound yearning for justice, a cry for divine intervention against oppression. The tension within these psalms is palpable, stirring emotions as the psalmist seeks divine retribution, grappling with the complexities of anger and righteous indignation. They stand as a testament to the reality of conflict in the human experience, a push against the boundaries of faith and frustration. The Psalms also embrace a style of remembrance, commemorating the mighty acts of God throughout history. These songs recount the stories of deliverance and miracles, weaving a narrative that reminds the faithful of their identity and covenant with God. They serve as a bridge connecting generations, inviting people to remember who they are and where they come from. With each recounting, the past breathes life into the present, reminding all of the unfailing faithfulness of the Creator. The textures of the Psalms are rich and varied, each category pulsating with unique rhythms that evoke a myriad of emotions. They resonate with laughter and tears, triumphs and trials, infusing life with a profound sense of meaning. The psalmists were not just writers. They were the voice of a people, the heartbeat of a nation, capturing the divine dialogue between humanity and the Creator. The Psalms are a mosaic of emotion, a living testament to the struggles and joys that define the human experience. They stand as a reminder that through every season of life, from joyous hymns to mournful laments, every cry and every celebration find their place in the embrace of the divine. As one reads the Psalms, a sense of belonging emerges, a connection that transcends time and space, pulling the reader into a sacred space where the ancient and the present intertwine. As the last verse fades, a lingering sense of anticipation fills the air, a powerful urge to continue the exploration of this rich landscape. The next phase awaits, teeming with deeper insights, where the very essence of faith and struggle intertwines, urging the reader forward into the heart of the divine narrative, an unfolding story that knows no end. As twilight settled over the fields of Bethlehem, a young shepherd boy sat alone, the cool breeze tousling his hair. His eyes were trained on the distant hills, where the shadows danced under the fading light. A small harp rested against his knee, its strings whispering secrets only he could hear. It was here, amid the quiet of nature, that David first discovered the power of words strung together like the notes of his beloved instrument. Each pluck of a string echoed his heart's deepest yearnings, each chord a prayer sent heavenward. Little did he know, this boy would rise to become a king, a beloved ruler, and a masterful poet whose words would resonate through the ages. David's life unfolded against the vivid backdrop of ancient Israel, a land fraught with battles and ambitions, woven together by faith and frailty. He was not just a warrior who would defeat giants and lead armies. He was a soul burdened and enriched by the complexities of love, loss, and longing. As he grew from a shepherd into a warrior under King Saul's reign, David's heart remained as tender as when he first strummed his harp. He felt every joy, every sorrow, and every victory and defeat deeply. The day he stood face to face with Goliath was a turning point, not just for the nation of Israel but for David himself. The giant towered over him, a mountain of flesh and armor, his sneer as menacing as the clash of swords. The air thickened with tension, and the hearts of onlookers pounded with fear. But in that moment, David felt an unwavering resolve surge through him, ignited by faith. With a single stone from his sling, he would not only prove his worth but also etch his name into the annals of history. The air crackled with electricity as the stone flew, and when it struck Goliath, silence fell, followed by an explosion of disbelief. He had become a hero overnight, yet the echoes of his triumph would soon be overshadowed by the weight of his new mantle. As he transitioned from the battlefield to the palace, the cheers of the crowd felt hollow at times. The songs sung in his honor, "Saul has slain his thousands, but David his tens of thousands," filled the air like sweet nectar, but they also carried thorns of envy. King Saul, once a mentor, now viewed David as a rival. The warm embrace of friendship turned icy, and the shadows of betrayal crept in. David felt the sting of arrows, not just from Philistines but from the very man he had served. He wandered in the wilderness, not just of the land but of the heart. Yet every note he played on his harp held a piece of his anguish, transforming sorrow into something beautiful. In the caves of Adullam, he found refuge among the discontented and distressed. These men, outcasts from society, looked up to him not just as their leader but as a beacon of hope. Together, They formed a bond that went beyond mere loyalty. It was forged in shared experiences of pain and dreams of redemption. David's songs echoed off the cave walls, pouring out his deepest fears and aspirations, becoming anthems of resilience. Each psalm he penned was a testament to his struggles, a bridge connecting the divine with the human experience. His words spoke of despair and deliverance, of betrayal and friendship, capturing the essence of what it meant to be alive. As he ascended to the throne, David's life transformed yet again. The king's court was a tapestry of intrigue and ambition, woven with threads of loyalty and deceit. He ruled with passion but also with a heart that bore the scars of his past. His relationships were complicated. His love for Bathsheba was ignited in a moment of weakness, and it brought with it a tempest of consequences that shook his kingdom to its core. As his heart wrestled with guilt and desire, the pain of his choices seeped into his poetry, crafting verses that articulated not just his triumphs but his failures. David's psalms became the voice of a nation. In moments of isolation, when the world felt heavy and the shadows loomed, he poured his soul into his words. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want," he declared, and in those lines, he encapsulated the universal longing for guidance and comfort. His poetry was a refuge for those wandering through their own valleys of despair. The imagery he painted with his words soothed the weary and inspired the downtrodden, reminding them of hope in the face of adversity. Yet, as David thrived, the threats to his reign multiplied. Political intrigue swirled around him like a storm, and his own household was not free from tragedy. The loss of his son, the rebellion of Absalom, pierced his heart like a dagger. In the midst of these trials, David's vulnerability shone through, and his psalms echoed louder than ever, infused with raw emotion. my God, why have you forsaken me?" he cried, a human eruption of sorrow that resonated with anyone who had ever felt abandoned. His words reached far beyond his own life. They became an eternal dialogue, a conversation with the divine that would transcend the ages. To read his psalms is to understand the depths of the human condition, the longing for forgiveness, the search for meaning, and the quest for connection with the Creator. David's journey was not just about kingship, but about the relentless pursuit of a pure heart amid the chaos of life. As time marched forward, the echoes of David's reign continued to resonate. His legacy as a king, warrior, and poet intertwined into a story that would forever influence generations. The evening stars shone brightly over Jerusalem, a city that bore witness to both the splendor and the tumult of David's life. The weight of his crown was heavy, but his heart remained light with the music of his soul. Each strum of his harp, each line of his poetry, became a testament to the complexity of his journey. A life filled with moments that would spark inspiration, reflection, and hope for those who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the world slept, the spirit of David lingered on, weaving through history like a thread of gold, binding together the past with the future, the human with the divine. The tale of his life was far from over, each note played, each word penned, a stepping stone to what was yet to come. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden glow over the ancient landscapes, where the whispers of long-forgotten voices still echoed in the wind. In the bustling markets of Ur and the sacred temples of Babylon, merchants exchanged not just goods but stories, each tale a thread woven into the vibrant tapestry of their civilization. It was here, in the rich soil of the ancient Near East, that the seeds of poetry blossomed, and the hearts of its people beat to the rhythm of verses that transcended time. These verses spoke of gods and mortals, love and despair, triumph and loss. The Sumerians, with their cuneiform tablets, etched the oldest known poems into clay, each character a heartbeat of their culture. The Epic of Gilgamesh, a tale of friendship and the quest for immortality, stirred emotions that resonated even across millennia. Gilgamesh, the mighty king, wrestled with his own mortality, a struggle that echoed in the hearts of many. As he mourned the death of his friend Enkidu, tears fell like rain upon the parched earth, reminding us that grief knows no boundaries, stretching beyond time and space. In the bustling city of Babylon, poets would gather atop ziggurats, their voices rising with the smoke of incense, weaving spells of words that danced in the air. They wrote of the divine, Enlil, Marduk, and Ishtar. Each deity represented not just a force of nature, but an emotion that surged through human existence. The poems were not mere words. They were invocations, prayers, and laments, filled with the raw energy of life. They captured the essence of longing, the ache of love, and the wrath of gods who could turn favor into fury with a mere flick of their celestial wrists. The Akkadian lullabies tenderly rocked children to sleep, binding families in a rhythm that felt eternal. These simple verses, sung under the starlit sky, nurtured the next generation, wrapping them in the warmth of ancestral love. The imagery was vivid and palpable, soft as the night, as the moon bathes the world in silver light. It provided solace, a reminder that even in darkness, there was beauty and safety. Meanwhile, the Hittites poured their heartaches and hopes into their poetry, crafting narratives that spoke of war and peace, of betrayal and loyalty. Their poems were not just for entertainment. They were tools of diplomacy, building bridges between rival nations, soothing tensions with the balm of lyrical expression. Kings would send poetic missives to one another, words laced with a charm that could soften even the hardest of hearts. Though our armies march, let our spirits be at peace. They would write, echoing across valleys and mountains, reminding all of the fragility of life and the strength found in unity. The weathered tablets of Ugarit tell tales of personal struggle, revealing the inner lives of individuals who faced hardships and joys that feel familiar even today. A woman writes of her lost love, her words echoing like the distant call of a nightingale, haunting yet beautiful. Where is my beloved? The stars refuse to shine without him. Her longing is palpable, transcending the ages and pulling readers into her sorrow, reminding everyone of what it feels like to miss someone dear. As these poems traveled through time, they found their way into the hearts and minds of nations far and wide. The Greeks, inspired by the epic tales of the Near East, reimagined their own stories. Homer's Iliad and Odyssey carried echoes of the themes that had already resonated through the sands of Mesopotamia. They were drawn from the well of ancient wisdom, influenced by the rhythms and patterns that had sung through the ages. The battles of Achilles mirrored the struggles of Gilgamesh, while the wanderings of Odysseus reflected the journeys of countless heroes before him. Over centuries, the influence of ancient Near Eastern poetry seeped into the very fabric of literature across cultures. The biblical Psalms, steeped in the same poetic traditions, captured the struggles of faith and the longing for connection with the divine. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want, resonates with the simplicity and depth found in earlier works, a continuity of emotion that binds humanity together. The prayers of ancient people sang of hope, of comfort, and of a deep, abiding faith that echoed through the ages. And as the world turned, new poets emerged, drawing inspiration from these ancient lines. The echoes of the past became the foundation for modern expressions of love, loss, and the search for meaning. Every poem written today carries within it a heartbeat that has pulsed through centuries, a thread that connects the ancient with the contemporary. The verses of the past linger on the lips of new generations, reminding us that humanity is bound by the same struggles, the same joys. So, as the sun sets and the stars begin to twinkle, the words of ancient poets whisper through the night, inviting all to listen. The tales of gods and mortals do not merely belong to the past. They live on in the hearts of those who feel deeply and write passionately. Their influence is a river, flowing ceaselessly, shaping the landscapes of thought and emotion, carving pathways into the future. The stories that began with the ancients echo still, reverberating through the chambers of time, carrying with them the weight of history and the light of hope. Each verse pulses with the understanding that while days may pass, the essence of human experience remains a constant, a tapestry woven with threads of love, loss, and longing. The next wave of poetry is waiting just beyond the horizon, eager to sweep us into its embrace, blending the old with the new in a dance that knows no end. In a time long forgotten, when the world was a tapestry of flickering campfires and whispered prayers, a voice echoed through the valleys and hills, calling out for comfort, for guidance, for strength. This wasn't just any voice. It was the voice of a people yearning for connection with the divine, a longing that would be captured in sacred words that would endure for millennia. The Psalter, a collection of songs, prayers, and poetry, emerged as the heartbeat of faith for countless souls, each line pulsing with hope and despair, joy and sorrow. As early as the days of David, these sacred songs were woven into the fabric of daily life. David, the shepherd boy turned king, poured out his heart in verses that rang with sincerity. His words, born from the depths of his struggles and triumphs, resonated with the anguish of loss and the joy of redemption. Each psalm was a mirror, reflecting the human experience, and the people began to gather these precious writings, cherishing them like treasure. The early collections of the Psalter were not merely words on parchment. They were lifelines. Imagine villagers huddled together on cool nights, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of firelight, reading these psalms aloud, breathing life into ancient verses. The crackling fire seemed to dance in rhythm with the cadence of their voices, creating a sacred atmosphere where heaven and earth met. They sang of creation, of the mountains that reached toward the heavens, of the rivers that sang songs of joy, and of the storms that reminded them of both God's power and their fragility. Amidst these gatherings, the weight of history was palpable. A young boy named Asaph listened intently as the elders recited psalms, his heart racing with the stories of his ancestors. He could feel the presence of the divine as he whispered the words, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." Those words wrapped around him like a warm blanket, assuring him that he was never alone, that he was part of something far greater than himself. The early collections of the Psalter became more than just songs. They became a refuge, a sanctuary where his fears dissolved into faith. As the years turned into decades, these sacred texts began to be compiled, each collection echoing the struggles of a nation. The drama of exile unfolded, a harsh reality that tore families apart and carried them far from their homeland. In Babylon, amidst the ruins of their past, the exiles clung to the Psalms, each verse a balm for their aching hearts. They sang of longing and hope, of a return to Zion, where the sun would rise over the hills once more. The cries of despair mingled with the promises of restoration, and in that tension, the Psalter thrived, weaving the fabric of their collective memory. The Psalms stirred emotions that transcended time and place. They were a source of resilience during moments of darkness. The Israelites would gather, their voices rising in unison, chanting words that spoke of deliverance and faithfulness. "Out of the depths I cry to you, O Lord," echoed through the canyons, a haunting melody that brought even the hardened warriors to their knees. Each line was a reminder that, despite their trials, they were held in the hands of a merciful God. As the scrolls of the Psalter traveled from heart to heart, from town to town, they transformed lives. A farmer working under the blazing sun found strength in the Psalms, reciting, "I lift my eyes to the hills. Where does my help come from?" With each verse, the burdens of his labor lightened, and he felt the presence of the Creator guiding his hands. In moments of despair, he found solace, a quiet assurance that his struggles were not in vain. The early collections of the Psalter also birthed a rhythm of communal life. In synagogues, these texts were recited, bringing families together, reminding them of their shared story. The Psalms became part of their rituals, marking milestones and celebrations. As children were born, the Psalms of praise erupted in joyful exclamations, while at funerals, the mournful tunes transformed sorrow into a sacred space of remembrance. The power of the Psalms lay not just in their words, but in their ability to unite hearts in a tapestry of shared experience. Yet, tensions simmered beneath the surface. The very nature of these sacred texts carried with it a weight of responsibility. As the Psalms were recited, they were not just a means of worship but also proclamations of truth that challenged injustice. The cries for mercy and justice resonated not just within the walls of synagogues but echoed through the streets. "The Lord executes righteousness and justice for all who are oppressed," became a rallying cry for the marginalized, for the voiceless, igniting passion and resolve among those who dared to dream of a better future. As the years turned, the original collections of the Psalter began to crystallize into a more defined structure, each psalm categorized and preserved with reverence. Scholars debated over the authenticity and order, yet through it all, one truth remained. These were not mere documents. They were living testimonies of faith. The Psalms breathed life into the weary, igniting sparks of hope, guiding lost souls back to a place of belonging. As twilight fell on a cool evening, the flickering flames of a nearby fire cast shadows on ancient scrolls, their edges worn but their words alive. The weight of history hung heavy in the air, a palpable connection to those who had come before. The tension of longing, of seeking, surged forth as Asaph, now a wise elder, gathered the children around him. The flickering light danced off their eager faces, illuminating the promise of the Psalms yet to be discovered. And so, with voices raised in unison, they began to chant, filling the night with melodies that soared higher than the stars. Each psalm became a bridge between the past and the future, a testament to the enduring spirit of a people seeking the sacred even amidst adversity. The reverberation of their voices echoed across the landscape, a promise that the Psalter would continue to guide and inspire for generations to come, each word a thread in the ever-unfolding story of faith. As the last notes lingered in the cool night air, a new collection of psalms awaited, ready to be written in the hearts of those who dared to believe. The sun dipped low over the ancient hills of Jerusalem, casting a warm golden glow across the dusty streets. In the cool shade of the temple, a group of faithful gathered, their voices rising in song, intertwining with the hum of whispered prayers. The Psalms, those timeless songs of the soul, echoed through the ages, carrying with them the weight of human emotion, joy, sorrow, longing, and hope. Each verse pulsated with the heartbeat of a people searching for God amidst the trials of life. As one stands among them, the rich tapestry of theological themes woven through the Psalms comes alive. The priests, clad in linen garments, recited words that reverberated deep within the hearts of those present. The scriptures spoke of a God who was not distant, but intimately involved in the struggles of his creation. There, in the flickering lantern light, the themes of love, justice, mercy, and redemption danced like shadows on the stone walls. Consider the theme of divine kingship, a powerful thread that runs through many of the Psalms. Here was no ordinary ruler, but a sovereign who reigns with righteousness and justice. The people recalled the mighty deeds of their God, how he had rescued them from bondage in Egypt, leading them through the wilderness, and granting victory over their enemies. Psalms like 95 and 47 burst forth with declarations of his supremacy, each word a reminder that their lives were cradled in the hands of a king who cared. The very earth trembled at his presence, the mountains bowed low, and the seas roared in praise. In the quiet of their hearts, they could feel the thrill of being part of the divine story, a narrative that transcended time. Yet, this God was not merely a distant monarch. In the Psalms, the theme of relationship emerges, painting a picture of a God who longs for closeness with his people. The intimate language of love and longing, seen in the depths of Psalm 42, expressed a thirst for connection that resonated deeply within the souls of those gathered. They envisioned a deer panting for water, a vivid image that stirred their own spiritual thirst. In those moments of worship, they felt the pulse of a divine friendship, realizing they were not just subjects in an empire, but beloved children in a vast, redemptive family. The Psalms also grapple with the reality of suffering, a theme that tugged at the hearts of many. Time and again, the faithful turned to their sacred songs in the shadow of despair. In the depths of anguish, they found a voice in the laments, a raw expression of pain that echoed their own experiences. Psalm 22 pierced the silence, a haunting cry that resonated through the ages. My God, why have you forsaken me?" The air thickened with shared sorrow, a painful reminder that even the closest of relationships could lead to moments of deep questioning and doubt. Yet within those laments lay an unyielding hope, the assurance that even in darkness, God was near, ready to rescue and restore. As the night deepened, the theme of forgiveness emerged like a gentle breeze, sweeping through the gathering. The Psalms extended an invitation to embrace grace, offering a glimpse of redemption through the lens of brokenness. The words of Psalm 51, a cry for mercy, pierced the hearts of those who had stumbled, reminding them that no sin was too great to be forgiven. The air crackled with the realization that God's love was a wellspring of second chances, flowing endlessly, even for the most lost among them. Here, they sensed the weight of their own fallibility, yet also the boundless nature of divine grace. It was a sweet paradox that left them breathless, caught in the tension between guilt and freedom. Within the gathering, the theme of trust shimmered like a beacon in the dark. As they sang the words of Psalm 91, their spirits lifted, knowing they were safe under the shelter of his wings. The imagery of a protective fortress, a refuge in the storm, offered solace in a world rife with uncertainty. With every note, they felt the warmth of divine assurance wrap around them like a comforting embrace, whispering that they were never alone. Even as the shadows of doubt loomed large, the promise of God's faithfulness ignited a flicker of hope, lighting the path ahead. And then, there was the theme of thanksgiving, a jubilant celebration of God's goodness that filled the air with joy. Psalms of praise burst forth like fireworks, each one a proclamation of gratitude for the blessings bestowed. The faithful raised their voices in unison, celebrating answered prayers, the beauty of creation, and the sheer wonder of life itself. They recalled the blessings of harvest, the laughter of children, and the quiet moments of grace that punctuated their days. In those moments of collective gratitude, the atmosphere transformed, lifting hearts from despair to exuberance, a reminder that joy coexists alongside sorrow. As the evening drew to a close, the congregation remained in a sacred silence, hearts brimming with the richness of their shared experience. The Psalms had woven together a tapestry of themes that resonated deeply within each person, leaving a lingering sense of awe. They experienced the profound connection between human emotion and divine truth, a dance of faith that beckoned them to reflect on their own journeys. The echoes of their songs would not fade with the night, but would instead become a part of their very beings, compelling them to carry this sacred dialogue into the days ahead. In the stillness, the realization dawned that the Psalms were more than mere words. They were a living testament to the human experience, a reflection of the divine that spoke across generations. Each theme, rich with history and emotion, served as a signpost, guiding weary souls toward the heart of God. And as the last notes faded into the night, the promise of renewal hung in the air, awaiting the dawn to bring forth new opportunities for worship, healing, and connection. The psalmist's voice echoed once more, leaving behind a yearning, a thirst for more, for deeper understanding, for the unfolding story that awaited them just beyond the horizon. The sky darkened, heavy clouds rolling in, and the distant rumble of thunder echoed through the valley. It was a moment that could pierce the heart, stirring emotions that lay buried within. In the silence that followed, it felt as if the very soul of the world held its breath, waiting for the storm to break. This was not just any storm, but a reflection of life itself, chaotic, unpredictable, yet profoundly beautiful. Such contrasts were the lifeblood of the Psalms, ancient songs that captured the essence of human experience with a clarity that still resonates today. Visualize a shepherd standing on a hillside, his staff in hand, gazing at the vast expanse below him. In this scene, he is not just a mere caretaker of sheep. He embodies the deep yearning for guidance, for comfort, for a voice that can lead through the darkest valleys. The imagery is arresting, transforming simple pastoral life into a grand metaphor for divine protection and love. The shepherd's presence becomes a symbol of hope amidst despair, a reminder that even in the shadow of death, one is never truly alone. This image, woven throughout the Psalms, fills the heart with warmth and reassurance, no matter how turbulent life may seem. As the rain begins to fall, each drop is like a word from a psalm, carrying with it the weight of history and emotion. The ancient Israelites, battling their own storms of oppression and loneliness, turned to these sacred verses like lifelines. The Psalms are filled with vivid images, mountains that rise majestically, rivers that flow with life, and the sun that casts golden rays over the land. Each image paints a picture that is not merely to be understood but to be felt deeply, resonating with the rhythms of the human spirit. Consider the metaphor of a mighty fortress. There it stands, strong and unwavering amid the chaos surrounding it. The Psalms speak of God as a refuge, a place to seek shelter from the storms of life. This fortress isn't just stone and mortar. It is the embodiment of strength, a safe harbor for those battered by trials. The image evokes a profound sense of security, conjuring up memories of childhood, where love and safety were found within the embrace of family. It is a promise that in times of trouble, there exists a sanctuary unlike any other. The emotional fabric of the Psalms weaves together sorrow and joy, despair and hope. Take the image of a broken heart, a theme that runs through many of these ancient songs. The rawness of such pain is palpable. It is an echo of the human condition. Yet, within that heartache lies an invitation to connect with the divine, to lean into the pain and find solace. It's a remarkable interplay. The words leap off the page, igniting the imagination and stirring the soul. Here, in the midst of anguish, is the promise of healing, as if the very air is charged with the hope of brighter days ahead. Amidst this tapestry of emotions, the metaphor of a river flows gently through the Psalms, symbolizing life itself. Rivers nourish the land, bringing forth growth and renewal. They whisper stories of love, loss, and redemption. In tumultuous times, the river remains a steadfast companion, reminding those who seek solace that life continues to ebb and flow, carving new paths through the rock. This eternal cycle of life speaks to the heart, a reminder that even in the hardest moments, there is beauty waiting to emerge. As the intensity builds, the imagery shifts. The roaring lion becomes a symbol of strength and danger, a reminder that life can be ferocious and unforgiving. Yet, in the Psalms, this imagery is counterbalanced by the gentle dove, a representation of peace and hope. This duality mirrors the trials of the human experience. Moments of fear contrasted with the serenity that comes from faith. The heart races as these contrasting images collide, creating a powerful tension that captivates readers, pulling them deeper into the story woven through these sacred texts. The metaphor of the morning dew glistening on the grass conveys a sense of renewal and new beginnings. Each morning, the sun rises, casting away the shadows of the night, much like the hope that dawns after times of despair. The Psalms are drenched in this imagery, inviting readers to witness the miracle of each day. In these words, there exists a timeless wisdom, a reminder that no matter how dark the night, the dawn will always break. It ignites a flicker of hope, stirring the emotions that wrap around the heart like a warm blanket on a cold winter's night. The storm continues to rage outside, but within the world of the Psalms, there is a stillness that invites reflection. The imagery and metaphor serve as a mirror to the soul, revealing truths that might otherwise remain hidden. Each word is crafted with care, each image chosen for its power to evoke feeling. It is a masterclass in emotional expression, an invitation to linger a little longer, to feel a little deeper, to connect with something greater than oneself. As the storm begins to fade, the sun breaks through the clouds, casting a golden glow that envelopes everything in warmth. This moment captures the essence of the Psalms, where despair transforms into joy and pain morphs into peace. The beauty of imagery and metaphor lies in their ability to transcend time, allowing ancient voices to resonate with modern hearts. The reader is left breathless, caught in a whirlwind of emotions that refuse to dissipate, echoing the lives of those who once walked the earth with their own struggles and triumphs. And so, the Psalms linger in the air, a melody of emotions that continue to stir the soul, connecting past and present in a dance of faith, hope, and love. As the last echoes of the storm fade into the distance, the reader is drawn onward, yearning to understand more, to dig deeper into the rich tapestry of life that these ancient songs have to offer. The heart beats faster, ready for what comes next, as the rhythm of life continues to unfold. In a world where shadows stretch longer than sunlight, the weight of sorrow hangs heavy in the air, each breath a reminder of loss, each heartbeat echoing with unspoken grief. The streets of ancient Jerusalem, lined with stones worn smooth by countless feet, resonate with whispers of despair. The cries of the heart, raw and unfiltered, rise from the depths of the human spirit, interwoven with the fabric of existence. In this timeless space, the Psalms of Lament stand as the voice of the hurting, presenting a tapestry of pain that cannot be ignored. Voices from centuries past reach out, carrying with them the weight of betrayal, exile, and mourning. The Israelites, having wandered far from their homeland, poured their tears into poems that spoke of their anguish. They cried out to God, not with polished prayers but with guttural howls of desperation. Words dripped from their lips like molten wax, burning with the intensity of their sorrow. They begged to be heard amidst the chaos, grasping for a glimmer of hope in a world shrouded in darkness. The Psalms of Lament are not mere verses. They are shattered reflections of the human experience, shimmering with the sharp edges of grief. They do not shy away from the harshness of reality. My God, why have you forsaken me? This cry, a knife through the heart, reverberates through time, piercing the soul of anyone who has ever felt abandoned. The lamentation captures the essence of suffering, a universal language that transcends the boundaries of time and culture. Each word throbs with authenticity, igniting a spark of recognition in the listener, a shared understanding of what it means to feel utterly alone. Imagine a mother, her child taken from her by war, her heart a cavern echoing with the emptiness left behind. She kneels on the ground, the soil beneath her fingers cool and unyielding. In the distance, the sound of laughter from children playing fills the air, a cruel reminder of what she has lost. As she raises her voice, it quivers with agony. How long, O Lord, will you forget me forever? Her words cut through the silence like thunder, reverberating off the ancient stones, calling forth the memories of those who have suffered before her. Each psalm tells a story, each verse a testament to the endurance of the human spirit. One can almost feel the dusty roads of exile beneath their feet, the longing for home palpable in every line. The laments are filled with vivid imagery that paints the anguish of a soul in turmoil. I am like a broken vessel, one psalmist cries, the sense of fracture so real that it almost feels like a physical wound. The imagery resonates, wrapping around the reader like a cold shroud, reminding them of their own vulnerabilities. The poets of these laments were not afraid to confront their fears. They screamed to the heavens, demanding answers, questioning their worth. Do you not see my tears? They implored, the weight of their anguish lifting off the page and filling the room with an oppressive heaviness. The sacred spaces of worship became arenas of raw emotion, where pain could be expressed without fear of judgment. The act of lamenting was not a sign of weakness but a powerful declaration of existence. In their cries, they found strength, a fierce reminder that their grief was valid, that their voices mattered. In every psalm, there is a dance between despair and hope, a rhythm that pulls the reader in. The visceral cries of anguish give way to fleeting moments of solace. But I trust in you, O Lord. I say, you are my God. This shift in tone carries the weight of a lifetime, the realization that even amid the darkest nights, the dawn will eventually break. It is a glimmer, a thread of light woven into the fabric of loss. The Psalms of Lament teach that acknowledging pain does not negate hope. Instead, it enriches it. The cycle of sorrow and healing is beautifully woven together, a testament to the resilience of the human heart. Ancient scribes, their ink stained with the sweat of their labor, preserved these voices of grief, allowing them to transcend time and space. They understood the power of a lament, knowing it could bridge the gap between the earthly and the divine. Each stroke of the quill was a lifeline thrown into the abyss, a testament that even in despair, one could find connection. The laments were not just for personal suffering. They resonated with communal grief, capturing the collective heartache of a people yearning for peace. The echoes of these laments travel across the ages, stirring something deep within. They invite empathy, urging listeners to lean in closer, to share in the weight of sorrow. Each tear captured in ink fosters a connection to those who have walked the same path, creating a bond that transcends centuries. The pain of the past serves as a mirror reflecting the struggles of today, reminding us that we are not alone in our suffering. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows on the walls of Jerusalem, the air is thick with unspoken words. The laments linger, inviting contemplation, stirring emotions that lie dormant within. They are a reminder of the fragility of life and the strength found in vulnerability. The souls of the lamenters resonate through time, their voices a haunting melody that beckons to be heard. In each tear that falls, each cry that rises to the heavens, the ancient lament continues, weaving a tapestry of shared pain, creating a space where sorrow can be expressed and understood. And thus, the cycle continues, the voices of grief and suffering harmonizing with the whispers of hope, endlessly intertwined, creating a chorus that echoes through the ages. A powerful reminder of the enduring human spirit that cries out in the darkness, seeking solace, seeking understanding, seeking the light that always follows the night. The sun began its slow descent, casting a golden hue over the ancient hills of Jerusalem. As the light danced upon the stones of the temple, a profound silence settled over the gathered throng. Hearts swelled with anticipation. A sacred moment was upon them. It was a day like any other, yet imbued with a weight of significance that made the air crackle with energy. The faithful, from young children to wise elders, knew that soon their voices would rise in unified praise, echoing off the weathered walls and intertwining with the whispers of the divine. In that sacred space, the psalms of praise emerged, vibrant and alive, like the melodic heartbeat of a nurturing mother. Each verse resonated with an electric force, igniting emotions long buried beneath the drudgery of daily life. From the depths of despair to the heights of joy, these psalms encapsulated the human experience in all its complexity. They were not mere words. They were vessels of divine connection that transcended time, reaching back to the very dawn of creation. As the first notes of song escaped trembling lips, the crowd felt an exhilarating rush. For in those moments, they were not just individuals. They were part of a grand tapestry woven together by faith and longing. They sang of the Creator's majesty, of stars flung across the infinite canvas of night, and mountains that stood as silent sentinels. Each line ignited visions of a world meticulously crafted, where every creature sang its own tribute to the divine. It was a celebration of the Almighty, a tribute to the one who breathed life into the void. The words flowed like a crystal-clear stream, each syllable a drop of sacred water nourishing parched souls. Praise Him in the heavens. Praise Him in the heights. Their voices rose, trembling with fervor. In that moment, the reality of the divine seemed tangible, as if the very heavens opened to listen. The crowd swayed, lost in the rhythm of ancient expressions of love and reverence. Goosebumps dotted their arms, a physical manifestation of the presence that enveloped them. Among the worshippers stood an old man, his weathered face illuminated by the light of the setting sun. His hands, gnarled and calloused, lifted toward the sky, as if grasping at something unseen. He had witnessed countless seasons come and go, each etched into the lines of his skin. Yet today, a glimmer of hope shone in his eyes like a distant star piercing the night. He remembered the stories of the ancients, the tales of David, whose heart beat in rhythm with the songs of praise. When he sang, even the heavens bowed low, captivated by his spirit. The old man yearned to feel that same connection, the pulse of the divine coursing through him. As the voices swelled, rising higher and higher, the old man felt the weight of generations behind him. He was not alone. He was a thread in a vast tapestry that connected him to the ancestors who had sung these same praises long ago. Their whispers echoed in his heart, a reminder that he was part of something eternal. The Psalms spoke of a God who was both fierce and tender, a protector and a guide. They painted a picture of divine majesty that left the heart racing with awe. Suddenly, a hush fell over the crowd, as the leader raised his hands, signaling the next verse. The stillness was palpable, a moment suspended in time. The air thickened with anticipation as if even the angels in heaven paused to listen. Then, like a rushing river, the words burst forth. Great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised. The eruption of sound was like a thunderclap, vibrating through the very bones of the temple. Each voice rose as one, a symphony of adoration that seemed to ripple through the air. Tears streamed down the faces of the faithful, mingling with the dust of the earth beneath their feet. In that moment, the barriers between heaven and earth dissolved. They sang of creation's glory, the sun, the moon, the stars, all created for the praise of their Maker. Their hearts ached with the realization of their own smallness in the vastness of the universe. Yet their spirits soared with the knowledge that they were loved beyond measure. The psalmists had captured the essence of worship, threading together themes of gratitude, wonder, and humility. Each phrase was a reminder of the divine promise that bolstered their spirits during times of trial. The words danced from their lips with fervor, carrying with them the weight of history. The battles fought, the tears shed, the joys celebrated. They sang not just of the divine's majesty, but of a relationship built over ages, woven through the fabric of their lives. As the music swelled again, the old man felt the pulse of the gathering quicken. It was as if the very stones beneath their feet were alive, vibrating with the energy of their praise. Memories flooded his mind. The stories of the Exodus, the mighty hand that parted the seas, the pillar of fire that guided his forebears through the wilderness. Those moments were not just tales of the past. They were the lifeblood of his faith, shaping his present and guiding his future. With each note, the crowd was transported to the heights of divine majesty, their voices rising in unison, a chorus of hope and joy. "Let everything that has breath praise the Lord," they shouted, the echo of their proclamation reverberating through the hills and valleys surrounding them. The heavens seemed to respond, the sun's rays breaking through the clouds, illuminating the gathering with divine light. And for a brief moment, time stood still. The ancient stones, the gathered souls, the unfolding sky, all merged into an ethereal dance of praise that could only be described as holy. The old man's heart swelled, each beat resonating with the sacred rhythm of history and hope. As he lost himself in the music, he envisioned the countless voices that had sung before him, the faithful who had stood in reverence, their hearts yearning for the same connection. In that sacred space, the past and present intertwined, a timeless moment of unity where humanity reached out to the divine and the divine reached back, embracing them with overwhelming love. Each line of the psalm was an invitation to step closer, to experience the majesty of God in a visceral way, stirring souls to awaken to the beauty that surrounded them. But as the final notes echoed into the twilight, a subtle shift in the atmosphere suggested that the celebration was far from over. The crowd remained poised on the precipice of something greater, their hearts still racing, their spirits lifted. They sensed a continuation, a deeper call that beckoned them forward. The night was young, and as the stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky, they felt the promise of more to come, more praise, more connection, more divine majesty waiting just beyond the horizon. In the cool, shadowy halls of ancient Jerusalem, the air crackled with anticipation. The sun dipped low, casting golden rays through the towering windows of the great temple, illuminating the sacred space where the people gathered. They stood, hearts pounding, waiting for the moment when the king would emerge, a figure cloaked not just in royal garb, but in the weight of divine authority, a living testament to the promises of God. This was not merely a ceremony. It was a cosmic declaration, a proclamation that echoed through the chambers of heaven itself. The royal psalms, songs sung in praise of kingship and divine rule, unfurled like banners in the wind. Each note carried the heartbeat of a nation, intertwining the destinies of the people with the will of their monarch. As the first strains of a psalm rang out, the crowd hushed, their breaths caught in throats filled with awe. The words, carried by the voices of the Levites, spoke of strength, justice, and covenant, painting a vivid picture of a king chosen by God. It was here that the sacred and the royal merged, where the authority of the throne was not just a title but a divine mandate. The psalmist's voice rose, echoing through the temple. "The Lord said to my Lord, 'Sit at my right hand.'" The crowd stirred, the weight of those words resonating deep within their souls. It wasn't just poetry. It was a declaration of power, a reminder that the king was not alone. He was God's appointed one, anointed with oil and chosen to lead, but also to serve. The people remembered the stories, the tales of David, the shepherd boy who had danced before the Ark of the Covenant, the warrior who had faced giants and won, and the wise man who had built a great kingdom. Yet, with the majesty came the burden. The weight of divine authority was not easily borne. Shadows flickered in the corners of the temple as the psalmist continued, "Your throne, O God, will last forever and ever." The words resonated with an almost palpable tension. For every promise of prosperity, there was the looming specter of accountability. The king was powerful, yes, but he was also a servant to the people, a guardian of their faith, and a mediator between heaven and earth. The path of kingship was fraught with peril, requiring humility and strength in equal measure. As the evening wore on, the psalm shifted, capturing the essence of the covenant. The crowd could feel the pulse of history within the lyrics, a tapestry woven with the threads of struggle, hope, and faith. "I have made a covenant with my chosen one," the psalmist sang, invoking the memory of promises made to ancestors long past. The people listened intently, their hearts swelling with the knowledge that they were part of something greater, something eternal. Their king was not merely a ruler. He was the embodiment of hope and divine favor, a beacon in the darkest times. But the shadows flickered again, and the intensity of the moment grew. The psalmist's voice trembled as he sang of trials, of the enemies lurking at the gates, of the need for divine intervention. The crowd felt their hearts quicken, each beat echoing the fear of what could come. Would the king be strong enough to protect them? Would he remember his vows to God and to the people? The tension in the air was electric, a living thing that danced between the sacred and the earthly realm. As the psalm reached its crescendo, the imagery painted was vivid: golden crowns, the sound of trumpets, armies gathering. The king, adorned in shimmering robes, was a figure of splendor, yet uncertainty lingered like a storm cloud overhead. "Do not let your heart be troubled," the psalmist intoned, an invocation meant to soothe the crowd. But the whispers of doubt floated like autumn leaves caught in a brisk wind. The tension mounted as the people struggled between faith and fear, hope and despair. Suddenly, the voice of the psalmist broke through, clear and unwavering. "The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want." It was a moment of calm amidst the chaos, a reminder that divine authority was not just about power but about protection and provision. The people clung to those words, allowing them to wash over their turbulent hearts, seeking solace in the promise of care and guidance. In that instant, the connection between the king and his people deepened, a bond forged in faith and trust. With each passing moment, the psalm illuminated the intricate relationship between the divine and the royal, a dance of authority and accountability. The air was thick with emotion, each note carrying the weight of expectation. The crowd drew closer, their eyes fixed on the temple as if waiting for the very heavens to part and reveal the truth. The king was not merely a man. He was the conduit through which God's will flowed, a living testament to the power of belief. As the final notes of the psalm faded into the stillness of the evening, the crowd remained, breathless and anticipating. The silence hung heavy, a testament to the weight of what had just been shared. The king would emerge soon, a figure decorated with the glory of divine backing, yet burdened with the responsibility of leadership. The royal psalms had woven a tapestry of emotions, of hope, fear, accountability, and unwavering faith. In that sacred moment, time seemed to stand still, the people suspended between the past and the future, between the promise of a king and the reality of their fragile existence. They were reminded that true kingship was not merely a matter of earthly power but a divine calling, a sacred trust bestowed upon a mortal. The air vibrated with a shared understanding that their hope lay not just in their king, but in the covenant that bound them all together. A promise that the Lord would be with them through every trial, every joy, and every sorrow. And just as the final echoes of the psalm faded into the stars, the doors of the temple swung open, a golden light spilling forth. The moment of truth had arrived, the embodiment of divine authority stepping into the light, ready to embrace his destiny, ready to walk the line between the sacred and the earthly. The crowd held its breath, hearts racing as the drama of kingship unfolded before them. And the story continued, spiraling onward through the annals of time, a relentless echo of faith and authority intertwined. The sun dipped low in the sky, painting the ancient hills of Judea in hues of gold and crimson. A gentle breeze whispered through the olive groves, carrying with it echoes of forgotten prayers. Somewhere in the distance, a shepherd's flute played a haunting melody, mingling with the laughter of children and the soft murmur of flowing water. In this timeless moment, wisdom lingered like the aroma of freshly baked bread, beckoning the hearts and minds of those seeking understanding. Wisdom Psalms, an exquisite collection of verses, stood as a testament to the human experience, capturing the essence of life's trials, joys, and unending search for meaning. These were not mere words strung together. They were lifelines cast into the turbulent waters of existence, offering solace to the weary soul. Each line resonated with the depth of sorrow and the heights of joy, echoing the voices of sages long past who had grappled with the same fundamental questions. Questions that still tugged at the heartstrings of humanity today. One verse spoke of the fleeting nature of life. Like grass that withers in the heat, so are our days. The imagery was striking, painfully beautiful. As the sun's rays danced on the blades of grass, each glimmering moment a reminder of fragility. Here, a father recalled the laughter of his children, their innocence shimmering like morning dew, only to feel the sting of time as they grew. The winds of change had begun to blow, carrying away the lightness of youth with each passing season. Yet in their fleetingness, those moments had woven a tapestry of memories, rich and vibrant, filled with love and laughter. The Psalter also spoke of the duality of existence, a world where joy and sorrow intertwined like inseparable lovers. A woman, standing at the edge of a bustling market, felt the exhilaration of a bargain won, yet her heart ached for the friend she had lost. The voices around her sang the praises of prosperity, while her soul whispered tales of grief. The Wisdom Psalms did not shy away from these hard truths. They embraced them, laying bare the struggles of the human heart. In the valley of shadows, I will fear no evil, one psalm declared, a defiant cry against despair. It was a promise, echoing through the ages, assuring the brokenhearted that they were not alone. Then there were verses that spoke of the joy found in community, gatherings under the stars, where laughter mingled with stories passed down through generations, where old and young alike found strength in unity. A grandfather's wrinkled hands, gnarled yet gentle, cradled the wisdom of years. His eyes twinkled as he shared tales of resilience, of hope that blossomed in the harshest of winters. The Wisdom Psalms reflected this bond, urging one to seek counsel among friends, to celebrate life's milestones together. For in shared experiences lay the seeds of endurance and love. Amidst the reflections on life, there were whispers of faith, an anchor in the storm. Trust in the Lord with all your heart. A line resonated deeply within the soul of a young man standing before a raging sea. As waves crashed violently against the shore, he felt his doubts swell and ebb like the tide. Yet, there, in the midst of chaos, a glimmer of conviction ignited within him. The psalm spoke of a steadfast presence, a guiding light through the darkest nights, assuring him that faith was not blind but a courageous step into the unknown. The Wisdom Psalms also confronted the reality of injustice, giving voice to the oppressed. The cries of a marginalized widow echoed through the alleys, her plight unnoticed by the wealthy who passed by in their chariots. The Lord hears the cries of the righteous, the verses proclaimed, igniting a fire within the hearts of those who longed for change. Here, the words were not just poetry. They were a call to action, urging the faithful to stand up for the voiceless, to seek justice with relentless fervor. The combination of emotion and urgency charged the air, creating a palpable tension that echoed through the ages. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows over the land, the Wisdom Psalms urged reflection on the choices that shape one's destiny. A young woman, standing at a crossroads, felt the weight of decisions pressing heavily upon her shoulders. In the stillness, she heard the words of the psalmist. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. Her heart raced as she contemplated the paths before her, each one a different narrative waiting to be written. The tension was thick, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for her to take a step. From the ages of antiquity to the modern world, the wisdom psalms communicated truths that transcended time. Through the vibrant lives of ordinary people, they painted a rich tapestry of human experience. In every sorrow, every joy, every decision made in the quiet hours, there lay an invitation to reflect, to grow, to seek a deeper understanding of life and faith. As twilight descended, the horizon glowed in shades of purple and orange, and the stars began to twinkle like diamonds scattered across the velvet sky. It was as if the very cosmos conspired to remind humanity of its potential for greatness, for love, for wisdom. The echoes of the wisdom psalms lingered in the air, a whisper of hope that would carry them into the next moment, into the next story. Ever entwined in the fabric of life itself, they beckoned the weary, the joyful, the lost, and the found to continue their search for meaning, to seek wisdom not as a destination, but as a journey that never truly ends. And in that, the cycle of reflection and faith wound round and round, a harmonious melody that resonated in the hearts of all who dared to listen. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm golden hue over the ancient city of Jerusalem. It was a time of year when the air was thick with anticipation, a feeling that thrummed in the hearts of the crowd. Men and women, young and old, gathered from every corner of the land, drawn together by a singular purpose, the pilgrimage to the temple. Their feet danced over the dusty paths, each step echoing with centuries of devotion, whispers of prayers, and the sacred rhythm of their ancestors. As they made their way toward the towering stone walls of the temple, the air was electric with emotion. Every face in the throng reflected a story, a longing for connection, a yearning for forgiveness, and a hope for divine favor. They were bound by the ancient tradition of the Psalms of Ascent, a collection of songs sung during the arduous journey to this holy site. Each psalm was a heartbeat, a pulse that spoke of struggle, triumph, and the sacred bond between the people and their God. The first note of a flute sliced through the air, and the crowd surged forward with renewed vigor. The sound was joyous, infectious, and soon it was joined by the harmonious voices of men and women, weaving a tapestry of sound that filled the valley. I lift my eyes to the hills. Where does my help come from? They sang, their voices mingling with the wind, rising like smoke into the azure sky. These words were more than just lyrics. They were lifelines, reminders of faith and assurance, echoing the deep-seated belief that they were not alone on their journey. As they ascended the winding path, the landscape changed around them. Olive trees dotted the hillsides, their gnarled branches swaying gently in the breeze, as if nodding in agreement with the heartfelt songs being sung. Little children scampered about, their laughter ringing like bells, while the older pilgrims walked with a sense of purpose, their faces a mixture of joy and solemnity. Every so often, a woman would pause, her eyes glistening with tears, as she remembered loved ones lost, or dreams unfulfilled. Yet the music would lift her spirits once more, beckoning her forward. As they climbed higher, the atmosphere shifted, becoming charged with a mixture of reverence and excitement. The pilgrims began to chant, their voices rising and falling like the waves of the sea. When the Lord restored the fortunes of Zion, we were like those who dreamed, they proclaimed, their hearts swelling with hope. It was a communal experience, a sacred sharing of burdens and blessings, as they all sought the same destination, a place where they could lay their cares before God and seek comfort in His presence. The path was not without its challenges. Steep inclines tested their resolve, while rocks and thorns clawed at their feet. Yet with every struggle, their voices grew louder and more fervent. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, they cried, a collective declaration of faith that reverberated off the hills. It was as though the very stones around them echoed their determination, standing as silent witnesses to an age-old act of devotion. With each step, the air became heavier with the scent of incense wafting from the temple above, mingling with the earthy aroma of the land. The pilgrims could feel the presence of something greater, a divine promise waiting for them at the end of their trek. As they rounded the final bend, the magnificent sight of the temple emerged before them, resplendent in the sunlight, its golden facade shimmering like a beacon of hope. Gasps of awe filled the air, and the weight of centuries of longing and worship seemed to settle over them like a warm embrace. Emotions surged like a tidal wave. Some fell to their knees, overcome by the gravity of the moment. Others raised their arms in a silent prayer, their hearts pounding in rhythm with the songs that still echoed in their ears. This was not just a building. It was the very heart of their faith, a place where heaven touched earth, where prayers were answered, and where the weary found solace. As they passed through the gates, the overwhelming sense of belonging enveloped them. The temple courtyard was alive with worshippers, each with their own burdens and joys, yet united in a shared experience of reverence. The sound of sacrifices being offered mixed with the music of the psalms, creating a symphony of devotion that resonated through the air. The pilgrims joined the throng, their voices lifting once more, a jubilant chorus of praise and thanksgiving. For the Lord is good, his steadfast love endures forever. They sang, enveloped in the warmth of communal worship. Tears flowed freely as they embraced one another, a tangible expression of connection and shared faith. In that moment, it became clear that the pilgrimage was as much about the destination as it was about the journey itself. Each step taken together, each psalm sung with passion, had forged a bond that transcended individual struggles, creating a tapestry of faith woven with love and hope. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, the pilgrims gathered to reflect on their journey, their voices a blend of gratitude and anticipation for what lay ahead. They understood that this experience would resonate in their souls long after they returned home. A sacred memory, a reminder that every ascent was both a challenge and a blessing. The air shimmered with the promise of renewal, a sacred space where their voices joined those of the countless faithful who had come before them. For each psalm, each moment of worship, was a thread in an unbroken story, a story that would continue to be told through the ages, echoing through the valleys and hills, a testament to the enduring spirit of pilgrimage and the power of worship. In this communal embrace, their hearts beat as one, a reflection of an age-old truth. The journey of faith is never truly over. The path may lead them home, but in their souls, it would continue to echo, proclaiming the timeless songs of ascent, urging them forward into the unknown, towards the next chapter of their lives, forever bound by the threads of worship and longing. In the dim light of an ancient temple, a lone figure stands with arms raised, tears streaming down their face, their voice echoing against the stone walls. "Let the wicked fall," they cry, a raw desperation twisting their words. This scene, steeped in emotion and pain, captures the essence of the imprecatory psalms, words that unleash curses upon enemies, a fervent plea for justice, and a call to the divine to act against those who oppress and harm. Throughout history, these psalms have stirred the hearts of many, resonating deeply with those who feel the weight of injustice on their shoulders. Each line pulses with a heart-wrenching intensity, a blend of sorrow and righteous anger that compels the reader to confront their own struggles. They are not merely ancient texts but powerful prayers that have emerged from the depths of human experience, revealing a side of faith that many find uncomfortable yet undeniably compelling. King David, a shepherd boy turned monarch, poured his soul into these verses. He faced betrayal from within his own family, pursued by enemies who sought to destroy him. In the shadows of his palace, he wrestled with fear and fury, and in those moments of despair, he crafted words that would echo through the ages. "May his days be few. May another take his place of leadership," he cried out, his heart ablaze with a need for justice. These were not idle threats. They were heartfelt cries that reflected the very essence of human suffering and the desire for retribution. The imprecations contained within the Psalms tap into the primal emotions that dwell within every heart. Anger, hurt, and a thirst for justice emerge in vivid imagery, painting scenes of devastation upon those who wrong others. "Strike them down, O Lord," the psalmist pleads, each word dripping with the weight of grief and sorrow. They are a testament to the human condition, seeking solace in the belief that there is a higher power who sees the struggles of the righteous. As the words unfold, the tension thickens. The reader is swept into the emotional whirlwind surrounding these prayers, the very air charged with a sense of urgency. The psalmist doesn't shy away from vivid descriptions of suffering inflicted upon their enemies. May their children be orphans. May their wives be widows. They beseech, and it is impossible not to shudder at the depth of despair that fuels such petitions. This is not a gentle request for understanding but a vehement cry for divine intervention. It is raw, unfiltered emotion pouring onto the page, sparking a feeling that is both unsettling and profoundly relatable. The imprecatory psalms also speak of a longing for vindication, a desire to see the scales of justice balanced. The oppressed, often voiceless, find their cries echoed in these verses, reminding us that even in our darkest moments, we are not alone. God, arise, lift up your hand, O God. Do not forget the helpless. These words resonate with the anguish of countless souls throughout history, from the Israelites held captive in Babylon to those facing persecution today. The Psalms serve as a bridge across time, connecting the heartaches of the past with the struggles of the present. Every syllable pulsates with the rhythm of life itself, powerful, chaotic, and sometimes painfully beautiful. There's a certain poetry to the cries for justice, a moment where the sacred and the profane intermingle. For those wrestling with their faith, these psalms evoke a myriad of emotions, from discomfort to catharsis. It's an invitation to confront the darker aspects of belief, the righteous anger that can coexist with love and compassion. Let their sins be before them, let them be caught in their own traps. The psalmist declares, showcasing how faith can empower the downtrodden to seek justice, even through curses. Historical figures have often turned to these psalms in their moments of strife. The early Christians, facing persecution for their beliefs, found solace in the cries of David, echoing their own pain and suffering. They prayed fervently for justice, their hearts ignited with a longing for liberation. It was a time of turmoil, and the imprecatory psalms became a powerful weapon in their spiritual arsenal, an expression of faith that was as fierce as it was fervent. As the narrative unfolds, the tension is palpable. With every verse, the stakes rise higher. The psalmist's pleas reflect a deep-seated yearning for relief from oppression, a cry that reverberates across generations. Crush the wicked, let them be like chaff before the wind. The urgency in these lines burns bright, illuminating the depths of human emotion. There is a beauty in this rawness, a truth that is both terrifying and liberating. While the world often encourages forgiveness and understanding, the imprecatory psalms offer a different path, one that acknowledges pain and anger as valid expressions of the human experience. The juxtaposition of love and wrath creates a dynamic tension that is impossible to ignore. In this sacred space, the reader is invited to grapple with the complexities of faith. Can one pray for destruction while simultaneously seeking peace? The answer dances on the edge of understanding, beckoning the faithful to confront their innermost fears. The imprecatory psalms strip away the veneer of sanitized faith, presenting a raw and authentic connection to the divine that is both fierce and vulnerable. As the scene unfolds, the emotions intensify. The temple walls seem to tremble with the weight of the prayers, echoing the collective cries of those who have ever felt wronged. The energy surges, filling the air with an electric intensity, each line a testament to the passionate yearning for justice that has echoed through the ages. The past and present collide in this sacred moment, weaving a tapestry that connects the ancient cries of David with the modern struggles of humanity. The urgency continues to pulse, inviting the reader to reflect on their own battles, their hopes, and their deep, unquenchable thirst for justice. The sun dipped low over Jerusalem, casting a golden hue upon the ancient stones of the temple, where the air thrummed with the pulse of 1,000 whispered prayers. The scent of burning incense wafted through the air, a fragrant offering rising to the heavens, mingling with the soft hum of voices. This was a place where heaven and earth brushed against each other, a sacred space where the divine met humanity in a dance of devotion and longing. As twilight deepened, The temple was alive with the sounds of preparation. The priests, adorned in their rich garments, moved with purpose, their hearts echoing the weight of the sacred responsibilities they carried. Each step carried a rhythm that resonated with the ancient songs, the psalms, that had been woven into the very fabric of Jewish worship. These were not just words. They were lifeblood, an emotional tapestry that spoke of history, sorrow, joy, and hope. The psalms echoed through the temple courts, their verses reminding the people of promises made and battles fought. The rich tapestry of Hebrew poetry spilled from the lips of the faithful, each note rising like smoke from the altar. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." The words hung in the air, stirring something deep within the crowd, igniting visions of solace and protection. In the sacred space, their voices grew louder, entwining with the flickering flames of the altars, creating a symphony of trust in the divine. These songs had been sung for generations, their melodies passed down like cherished heirlooms. Each psalm was a testament, a reflection of life's complexities, capturing the raw essence of human experience. For every joy, there was a lament. For every victory, a plea for mercy. The faithful gathered, their hearts beating in unison, as ancient prayers flowed freely, a collective yearning that transcended time. Around the altar, the people formed a living tapestry of faith, their expressions ranging from rapture to despair. A father clasped his son's hand tightly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he recited a psalm of mourning. A mother swayed gently, cradling her newborn, singing a psalm of praise that echoed the joy of new life. Each voice, distinct yet harmoniously intertwined, painted a picture of the human spirit wrestling with its place in the universe, all within the sacred confines of the temple. The priests, guardians of this sacred sound, took their roles seriously. They understood the power of the psalms as they stood before the people, their voices soaring like eagles over valleys. Each liturgical moment was meticulously crafted, the psalms chosen with care to match the rhythm of the seasons, harvest festivals, days of fasting, times of celebration. The temple was a living testimony, a space where the divine whispers of the psalms urged the faithful to remember their identity and their covenant with God. As the sun sank lower, the evening sacrifices began, a dance of flames and shadows. The blood of the lambs flowed, a somber reminder of the price of atonement. Yet amidst the solemnity, the psalms rang out, declaring, "Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me." The words wrapped around the people like a comforting embrace, reminding them that even in their frailty, redemption was possible. They remembered the stories, the Exodus, the wilderness wandering, the kings and the prophets. Every account was steeped in the echoes of the Psalms. King David, a shepherd turned king, had poured his heart into these verses. They were his confessions, his praises, his cries for help. And now, hundreds of years later, his words stirred in the hearts of the people, bridging the gap between past and present, a timeless connection that pulsed through the ages. The moon climbed higher, bathing the temple in silvery light, and the air thickened with anticipation. A hush fell over the gathered crowd as the high priest stepped forward, his voice steady and confident. He began to chant a psalm, and it reverberated through the stones, awakening souls and igniting faith. "I will lift up my eyes to the hills. From where does my help come?" The faithful responded, their voices rising like an ancient echo. Together, they found strength in unity, a reminder that they were never alone in their struggles. Each uttered verse was a thread, weaving them into a rich tapestry of shared history and collective identity. As the night deepened, the rhythm of worship continued, an unbroken chain of connection between people and God, past and present. The Psalms served as a guide, a map through trials and tribulations, illuminating the path of faith. They were songs of longing, a heartfelt conversation with the divine that transcended mere words. And then, with a sudden swell of emotion, the air shifted. A grieving woman stepped forward, her heart heavy with loss. She raised her voice, trembling yet resolute, and let the words of a mournful psalm spill forth. "Out of the depths I cry to you, "O Lord!" Her anguish broke the stillness, echoing off the temple walls, and every heart felt the weight of her sorrow. Her pain became theirs, a shared experience that united the congregation in a visceral understanding of human fragility. As the echoes of her voice faded, the atmosphere shifted once more. A young man, inspired by her bravery, stood tall and began to recite a psalm of hope. "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." The crowd responded, their collective voice rising like a wave, washing over the temple, cleansing wounds and lifting spirits. It was in these moments, where grief met hope, despair intertwined with joy, that the Psalms found their true power. They were not merely words sung in a sacred space. They were the lifeblood of a community, a sanctuary for the weary and a celebration for the joyous. The temple stood as a testament to their experiences, a holy ground where the Psalms wove through the fabric of worship, beckoning all to listen, to feel, and to embrace the divine presence that lingered in the air. As the night waned and the stars twinkled above, the faithful remained, wrapped in the warmth of shared worship, their hearts and voices united, anticipating what was to come, lingering on the edge of a promise yet to be fulfilled. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over the ancient hills of Israel, where the air was thick with anticipation. A crowd gathered, their feet shuffling in the dust, hearts thrumming with the rhythm of their collective hope. Today was more than just another day. It was a sacred moment, an opportunity to connect with the divine through the hauntingly beautiful words of the Psalms. As the first notes of a lyre floated through the air, a hush fell over the gathering. The priest stepped forward, robes flowing like the Spirit of God himself, ready to lead the people in a rich tapestry of song and prayer. Each word spoken, each note played, was a bridge between the earthly and the heavenly, a lifeline to the Creator who had walked with their ancestors through the wilderness. "Blessed is the one who walks not in the counsel of the wicked." The priest began, his voice resonating over the crowd. The words wrapped around the listeners like a warm embrace, stirring something deep within them. They glanced at one another, eyes wide, feeling the weight of those ancient truths. The Psalms were not mere poetry. They were the very breath of their faith. In that moment, the people were no longer just individuals. They were a chorus of souls, united in their longing for connection. Every heart beat in time with the ancient melodies, each voice rising in harmony, carrying their hopes and fears to the heavens. The words spoke of lament and joy, of defeat and triumph, echoing their own lives with an aching familiarity. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." It was not just a verse. It was their shared story, a declaration of trust that wrapped around them like a shield. As the psalm went on, the emotion swelled. Faces glistened with tears, not from sorrow alone, but from an overwhelming sense of belonging, of being a part of something greater. Children nestled against their mothers, eyes wide with wonder as the words washed over them like a gentle wave. The older men, with hands weathered by toil, clasped their sons' shoulders, passing down the weight of their shared history through whispered prayers. Then came the fervor, the call to action. The tone shifted, growing more intense, as the priest lifted his voice and the people responded with a fervor that sent chills down their spines. "Sing to the Lord a new song. Sing to the Lord, all the earth." The words ignited something primal within their souls, a fire that had been kindled by centuries of worship. Suddenly, the scene transformed. The crowd erupted into a chorus, voices mingling in a joyful cacophony that seemed to shake the very heavens. Their chants soared over the hills, echoing off the stones of ancient Jerusalem, reaching out to the distant mountains. It was a sound of rebellion against despair, a celebration of life and faith that transcended time and space. The earth itself seemed to tremble in response, as if the very ground recognized the power of their unified voices. In the midst of this electric atmosphere, a young woman stepped forward. Her heart pounded in her chest, each beat resonating with the passion of her spirit. She opened her mouth, vulnerability spilling forth. "Out of the depths, I cry to you, O Lord." Her voice trembled, but there was strength in her words. The crowd fell silent, wrapped in her poignant plea. Everyone felt the weight of her pain, her longing for divine intervention. It was a moment that connected them all, reminding them of their shared struggles and their unyielding faith. As the psalm continued, the atmosphere shifted once more, diving into darker territory. The lamentations poured out like rain, each line a testament to the grief and suffering that had touched their lives. "My soul is in deep anguish. How long, Lord? How long?" Those words cut through the crowd like lightning, igniting a collective ache. The people nodded, tears streaming down sun-kissed cheeks as they understood the raw honesty of these ancient lyrics. But just as the shadows threatened to engulf them, there came a resurgence of hope. The priest raised his hands, the melody shifting once more. "But you, Lord, are a shield around me, my glory, the one who lifts my head high." The tone brightened, and with it, a wave of renewed strength surged through the crowd. They stood a little taller, shoulders back, hearts rekindled by the promise that they were not alone in their struggles. This was the power of the Psalms, the songs of their forefathers that gave voice to grief and joy alike. In these verses, they found not only comfort but also a challenge, a call to remember their covenant with God, to reflect on their past, and to look forward with hope. Each psalm was a thread in the fabric of their faith, a piece of a larger story that transcended their individual lives. As the sun dipped lower, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, the priest beckoned for one final song. The crowd leaned in, anticipation hanging thick in the air. "Let everything that has breath praise the Lord." His voice rang out like a clarion call, and as they sang, it wasn't just words. They were igniting a fire that would echo through generations. With each note, each heartfelt lyric, they were not merely reciting ancient texts. They were participating in an act of worship that connected them to their ancestors, to one another, and to God. The Psalms were alive, vibrating with the energy of their faith, and as they sang, the very fabric of time seemed to blur, making the past and the present intertwine in a dance of emotion and devotion. And so, the songs continued, weaving through the hills and valleys of Israel, a sacred thread binding the community together in an unbreakable bond. The flames of their worship flickered and soared, casting shadows that danced against the ancient stones, while their voices carried forth, echoing into the twilight, a prayer suspended in time. In the shadow of the olive trees, under a sky painted with the blush of dusk, a figure stands alone, his heart heavy yet resolute. The whispers of the wind carry echoes of ancient songs, melodies that have resonated through the ages. Jesus, with a furrowed brow and a spirit full of purpose, knows that the words of the Psalms are not merely historical texts. They are the lifeblood of his mission. Each verse, each stanza, pulsates with the emotion of divine connection, weaving through the fabric of time to find their place in his life. As he walks the dusty roads, the words of Psalm 22 cling to his thoughts. My God, why have you forsaken me?" The profound anguish of the psalmist resonates within him, mirroring the weight of impending sacrifice. It is a cry that transcends generations, a lament that encapsulates the deepest sorrow. In that moment, Jesus feels the sharp sting of isolation, the burden of humanity's sin pressing against his soul like a heavy shroud. He understands that soon, the world will witness the ultimate act of love, but first, he must grapple with the pain that comes before the joy. In the quiet of the night, surrounded by his disciples, he shares the words of Psalm 23 with a gentle voice. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." His eyes glisten with warmth as he assures them that they are never alone, that even in the darkest valleys, they will find comfort in his presence. The imagery of the shepherd, a protector, a guide, fills the room with a sense of peace that feels almost tangible. Hope flickers in the hearts of those gathered, their fears momentarily set aside as they cling to the assurance of love and guidance. But the serenity is short-lived. The air thickens as he recalls another psalm, the haunting verses of Psalm 69. "Save me, O God, for the waters have come up to my neck." The weight of the impending betrayal looms over him, and he knows that the waters of despair are rising. Judas, his friend turned traitor, lurks in the shadows, a silent storm brewing in his heart. The betrayal is a knife that cuts deeper than any physical wound, a reminder that even the closest bonds can fray under the strain of greed and ambition. As he enters the Garden of Gethsemane, the cool night air carries the scent of earth and dew, but it does little to quell the turmoil within him. In a moment of raw vulnerability, he kneels and prays, the words of Psalm 42 echoing in his soul. As the deer pants for streams of water, so my soul pants for you, O God. The urgency of the cry pulls at his heart, a desperate plea for strength, for solace. The weight of the world hangs heavy on his shoulders, yet here, alone with the Father, he finds a flicker of hope amidst the shadows of doubt. A sudden rustle breaks the stillness, and the disciples, weary from their vigil, struggle to stay awake. He approaches them, the pain of isolation creeping back. "Could you not watch with me for 1 hour?" His voice trembles, echoing the anguish found in Psalm 88. "I am counted among those who go down to the pit. I am like one without strength." In that moment, the darkness of betrayal and abandonment wraps around him like a cloak, a reminder that even the closest companions can falter in the face of fear. As the night deepens, the air crackles with tension. The betrayal unfolds like a dark storm, and a kiss, Judas's chilling signal, marks the beginning of the end. Jesus confronts his captors with the calm strength of Psalm 27. "The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear?" The words flow from his lips like a shield against the impending doom. No fear can grip him as he embraces his fate, embodying the very essence of the psalm. Trust in the divine plan, even when all seems lost. Hours later, standing before Pilate, the weight of the world bears down on him. The crowd roars, their cries echoing the sentiments of Psalm 2. Why do the nations conspire and the peoples plot in vain? Jesus stands resolute, the embodiment of truth amid a chorus of lies. His heart aches for the people who do not see, who do not understand the sacrifice he is about to make. In their fervor, they miss the transformative power of love that transcends their anger and despair. As the nails pierce his hands, he recalls Psalm 31. "Into your hands I commit my spirit," a declaration of faith, a final surrender to the Father. Each strike echoes in the heavens, reverberating through time, capturing the essence of sacrifice and redemption. The blood that spills is not just his. It is the lifeblood of humanity, the bridge between heaven and earth. The pain is excruciating, yet within it lies the promise of resurrection. In his final moments, he utters the words of Psalm 22 once more, a mirror reflecting both suffering and hope. It is finished. The earth trembles, the sky darkens, and for a moment, creation holds its breath. The very fabric of existence is woven with the threads of the Psalms, each verse a stepping stone toward the promise of new life. As silence envelopes the scene, the echoes of the Psalms linger in the air, a reminder that even in death, there is a promise of hope. The story is far from over. It is merely a prelude to a resurrection that will shake the foundations of faith and redefine the human experience. And within that promise lies the heartbeat of eternity, forever intertwined with the words spoken long ago. A cycle of pain, love, and ultimate redemption that will resonate throughout the ages. In the flickering glow of a candlelit room, a young woman knelt beside a rough-hewn table, her fingers trembling as they traced the worn pages of an ancient scroll. Each word whispered from the past, echoing through the corridors of time, carrying the prayers and laments of long-forgotten souls. The Psalms, those sacred verses, had become the heartbeat of early Christian worship, a bridge connecting the faithful to their ancestors, the voices of the faithful rising like incense into the heavens. As dusk settled, filling the room with shadows, the weight of the Psalms took on a new form. They were not merely texts. They were vessels of emotion, rich with longing, sorrow, and hope. In a world grappling with persecution and uncertainty, these songs of David resonated deeply with the early Christians, their melodies intertwining with the groans of the oppressed and the cries of the joyous. They became anthems of resilience, each line a lifeline tossed into turbulent waters. In the bustling streets of Jerusalem, the air thick with excitement, a small group of believers gathered in secret. They huddled in a dimly lit courtyard, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames of a fire. As one elder stood to speak, the tension in the air felt electric. He raised his voice, reciting a psalm with fervor, words dripping with raw emotion, each syllable punctuated by the weight of their shared experience. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want," he declared, and the crowd murmured in agreement, their hearts swelling with the promise of divine guidance. The Psalms were more than poetry. They were a lifeline threaded through the fabric of early Christianity. With each recitation, they breathed life into the fledgling faith, transcending cultural boundaries and uniting diverse groups under a shared tapestry of belief. From the shores of the Mediterranean to the rugged mountains of Judea, the songs were sung in different tongues yet resonated with the same fervent spirit. The adaptation of these texts was not merely about translation but transformation, a reshaping of identity wrapped in the divine. The early Christians, many of whom faced the brutal reality of persecution, found solace in the Psalms. In their verses, they discovered a mirror reflecting their struggles and triumphs. They sang of liberation, echoing the cry of the Israelites. "How long, O Lord?" became a haunting refrain, a lament that resonated deeply with those who felt abandoned in the shadows of oppression. The Psalms were their rallying cry, embodying both despair and hope, with each word a step toward understanding their place in a world that often felt hostile. Yet, with this adoption came adaptation. The early Christians infused the Psalms with new meaning, layering their own experiences over the ancient texts. They saw in David not just a king but a symbol of their own struggle, a warrior for God's people amidst chaos. Christ's teachings threaded through the Psalms, illuminating the verses with the light of the new covenant. Lines that once spoke of national pride transformed into declarations of spiritual kinship, binding the flock together in a new vision of community and faith. In the early morning light, gatherings blossomed in homes and catacombs, where echoes of the Psalms filled the air like the sweet aroma of fresh bread. The communal singing became a cherished ritual, a tapestry of voices woven together in harmony. The melodies echoed off the stone walls, mingling with the sounds of life outside, the laughter of children, the rustle of leaves, and the distant call of a rooster heralding a new day. Each gathering became a testament to their resilience, the Psalms acting as their shared heartbeat, a rhythm that pulsed through their very existence. As the years turned into decades, the early church spread like wildfire across the Roman Empire, the Psalms traveling on the lips of believers. In the public baths of Rome, in the marketplaces of Antioch, these verses became the foundation of faith, each adaptation reflective of the context in which they were sung. They transformed from private prayers into public proclamations, resonating with the growing community of believers, providing comfort in times of trial and joy in moments of celebration. One evening, under the stars, a group of young Christians gathered by a tranquil riverbank. With the sound of water lapping gently against the shore, they took turns sharing their favorite psalms, their voices blending in a rich tapestry of emotion. Laughter mixed with tears as they recounted stories of struggle and triumph, their lives entwined with the very words they sang. Each verse became a testimony, a declaration of faith that transcended time and place, binding them together in an unbreakable bond. And yet, as the light faded and the stars twinkled overhead, a tension lingered in the air. The shadows of persecution crept closer, threatening to snuff out the light these psalms had brought. Yet, with the rising sun, a renewed spirit surged through them, igniting their resolve. They clung to the words, their lifelines in uncertain times, each line a reminder that they were not alone in their journey. With every new adaptation, the psalms evolved, reflecting the experiences of each community they touched. They became an intricate tapestry of faith, woven with the threads of hope, desperation, and unwavering love. The stories of their lives intertwined with the sacred verses, breathing new life into ancient words. The Psalms, once a voice of a singular people, transcended those boundaries, evolving into a universal cry for solace and strength. In the chambers of early churches, the tension between hope and despair heightened. the whispered prayers of believers intermingled with the echoes of persecution outside. Yet, within those sacred walls, the Psalms offered a sanctuary. The words wrapped around them like a comforting embrace, urging them to persevere. The psalmist's cries became their own, a chorus of longing for deliverance and peace amidst the storm. As night fell once more, and the candles flickered low, the Psalms continued to resonate in whispered prayers and heartfelt songs, each one a testament to the unyielding spirit of a community bound together in faith. The narrative of the Psalms was far from over. It was merely the beginning of a journey that would continue to weave through the lives of believers, shaping their experiences, their struggles, and their joys for generations to come. The candle burned low, and the young woman looked up from her scroll, her heart racing with the realization that these words, once ancient, now belonged to her. The echoes of the past mingled with the hopes for tomorrow, creating an unbreakable thread that intertwined every believer. A narrative that would never truly end, but carry on, flowing endlessly into the future. In a dimly lit synagogue, the flicker of candles dances across the faces of the gathered community, each one reflecting a tapestry of longing, hope, and devotion. The air is thick with anticipation, a palpable energy that wraps around the congregation like a warm embrace, as the leader, clad in a talith, raises his hands and begins to chant. Words spill forth from ancient scrolls, flowing like a river through time, psalms that have echoed through the ages, a sacred bridge connecting the past to the present. These are more than mere words. They are lifelines woven into the fabric of Jewish tradition, celebrated in rituals and festivals, a heartbeat that pulses through generations. Each psalm possesses its own unique power, invoking joy, sorrow, gratitude, and supplication. As the leader's voice rises and falls, the congregation responds, the harmonies intertwining in a dance of spirit and emotion. It is here, in this sacred space, that the Psalms come alive, transforming ordinary moments into profound encounters with the divine. During the holy days of Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year, the air is a blend of excitement and reflection. Families gather to hear the shofar's piercing call, a sound that reverberates in the soul. As the sun sets, the congregation recites Psalm 27, "The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear?" Each line resonates like a drumbeat in their hearts, a reminder of protection and guidance. The solemnity of the moment wraps around them, stirring emotions buried deep within. Tears glisten in the eyes of the elderly, memories flooding back of prayers uttered by loved ones long gone. Here, amid the echoes of the past, the presence of their ancestors feels near, as if the very walls of the synagogue breathe the history of hope and faith. Passover arrives with its own rhythm of anticipation. The Seder table, adorned with symbolic foods, gleams under the candlelight. As the youngest child recites the 4 questions, a sacred tension fills the air. The Psalms emerge again, this time in the recounting of the Exodus. Psalm 114 sings of the Red Sea parting, the earth trembling at the voice of the Lord. The joy is infectious, laughter mingling with tears as families remember their shared history, a story of liberation that binds them together. In this moment, the Psalms transcend time, bringing to life the struggles and triumphs of their ancestors. Each verse is a reminder that, just as their forebears were freed, so too can they be liberated from their own trials. Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, looms large in the Jewish calendar, a day of reflection, repentance, and renewal. The mood shifts somber and introspective. The congregation, dressed in white, assembles with hearts heavy but hopeful. As the sun sets, the haunting melody of Psalm 51 fills the room. "Create in me a clean heart, O God." They chant, voices shaking with emotion. Each word is a confession, a plea for forgiveness, reverberating through the souls of the faithful. The intensity of the moment swells, tears flowing freely as burdens are laid bare. The ancient words echo like a drum in the silence, reminding them that atonement is possible, that healing can be found in the act of seeking forgiveness. As the festivals cycle through the year, the Psalms remain a constant companion. The joy of Sukkot brings a celebration of harvest, where families gather in temporary shelters, surrounded by the beauty of nature. Psalm 126 resounds with laughter and joy. When the Lord restored the fortunes of Zion, we were like those who dream. The imagery of people dancing, hands raised in jubilation, paints a vivid picture of gratitude for the bounty of the earth. Children play, parents embrace, and the bonds of community grow stronger with each verse sung around the table. It is a moment suspended in time, where joy spills over like wine, and the blessings of life are celebrated as sacred gifts. Hanukkah glimmers with light and warmth, the menorah standing tall as a symbol of hope and resilience. Each candle lit in succession tells a story of miracles and endurance. As families gather around, the flames flicker in rhythm with the recitation of Psalm 30. You turned my mourning into dancing. The joy of the miracle of the oil that lasted 8 days intertwines with the timeless verses of the psalm, echoing themes of perseverance against adversity. Laughter erupts as children spin dreidels, the room filled with the smell of lax frying. In that soft glow of candlelight, the past and present coalesce in a cherished memory, illuminating the sacredness of their shared tradition. As the year comes full circle, the Psalms continue to be woven into the very fabric of Jewish life, an unyielding thread that connects the individual to the community, the present to the ancient. Each psalm transforms moments into rituals, rituals into festivals, and festivals into a legacy of faith that transcends time. The echoes of their voices, filled with rich history and deep emotion, create an unbroken chain of devotion. They sing, they pray, they remember, and in that sacred act, they find a piece of themselves, a peace that is eternal. In the ongoing rhythm of life, the Psalms whisper promises of hope and resilience, guiding each family, each individual through the ebbs and flows of existence. As the congregation leaves the synagogue, hearts full, they carry with them the weight of their history and the light of their faith, ready to face whatever comes next. The candles flicker one last time, and the sound of the shofar echoes in the distance, a reminder that the cycle of life continues, with each psalm beckoning them forward into the unknown. In a dimly lit room, shadows flicker against the stone walls as an old man bends over a scroll, his fingers trembling with age and reverence. The air is thick with incense, and the faint sound of chanting drifts through the doorway. This is no ordinary night. It is a moment when words will cross boundaries and time itself will shift. The ancient Hebrew scriptures, meticulously inscribed by devoted scribes, are about to be transformed into the Greek tongue, a language of beauty and philosophy. This is the Septuagint, and it will change everything. As the ink flows, the man's mind races with the weight of history. The Psalms, those heartfelt cries of joy and despair, will soon echo through the streets of Alexandria and beyond. Imagine the first whispers of these translations reaching the ears of diverse crowds, Jews and Greeks alike, strangers brought together by the power of poetic expression. Tears spring to the eyes of the old man as he envisions the cries of David, the hopes of Asaph, and the laments of the exiles being sung in a foreign melody, yet resonating with the same rawness. Every word penned is not just a translation. It's a lifeline thrown across cultures, an invitation to understand the divine through the lens of shared humanity. The Septuagint emerges from the hearts of those who seek connection. The Greeks, curious and hungry for spiritual depth, find themselves drawn to these sacred songs. For them, the Psalms are not merely texts. They morph into a soundtrack for their everyday lives. In bustling marketplaces, a merchant hums a line from Psalm 23, transforming the mundane hustle into a moment of divine trust. The words tumble from his lips, not understanding fully their origin but feeling their power to soothe a restless heart. This is the magic. The Psalms wrap around the fabric of their lives like a warm blanket on a cold night, offering solace and strength. But not everyone welcomes this transformation. In dark corners, voices rise, echoing with skepticism and fear. Traditionalists lament the loss of the sacred Hebrew tongue, believing that something precious is slipping away. How can these words, once so intimate, be rendered into a language of pagans? They murmur, their brows furrowed with concern. Yet, the Septuagint does more than ignite controversy. It acts like a spark in dry tinder, igniting passionate discussions across synagogues, homes, and public squares. The very act of translation becomes a battleground where culture and faith clash. And through it all, the Psalms stand resolute, calling for unity amidst division. Across the Mediterranean, the ripples of this translation extend. A young philosopher, captivated by the wisdom of the ancient texts, finds himself drifting into the world of the Psalms. He pores over the scrolls, his heart racing with each line that speaks to his soul. The haunting melodies of despair and the jubilant cries of praise resonate within him, awakening questions of existence and purpose. Here, he discovers a kind of truth that transcends the intellectual debates of his time. The Psalms, through the gift of Greek, offer a bridge between the divine and the mundane, allowing him to ponder the depths of his own spirit. In the quiet of the night, as stars twinkle above, a family gathers around a flickering candle. They read the Psalms in Greek, each verse bringing a chorus of voices together. The father, with a deep, sonorous voice, recites Psalm 46, "God is our refuge and strength." The children's eyes widen, captivated by the words that seem to leap off the page and dance in the air. They feel the weight of their ancestors' struggles and triumphs, as the stories of old weave through their hearts, connecting them to a lineage steeped in faith. In moments like these, the Septuagint becomes more than a book. It transforms into a living testament to survival, love, and hope. Yet, the echoes of the past cast long shadows on the present. Controversies spark fervent debates in the synagogues, as the elders grapple with the implications of a Greek translation. Will our children forsake their heritage? One elder cries, frustration etched into the lines of his weathered face. The community is divided, tension simmering as they gather to discuss the future of their faith. The Psalms, once a source of comfort, morph into symbols of a complex struggle, a testament to the very essence of identity and belonging. And then, a voice rises above the fray, a woman, eyes ablaze with passion. "But what if the Psalms in Greek allow us to share our journey with others?" she implores. "What if they help us understand our own faith more deeply?" Her words hang in the air, challenging the status quo, igniting a flicker of hope among the skeptics. It's a moment of vulnerability, a reminder that faith is not just about tradition. It's about the relationships we forge and the stories we share. As she speaks, hearts begin to soften, laughter breaks through the tension, and the Psalms once again become a unifying force, binding their souls together in a shared quest for understanding. In the grand halls of early Christianity, the Septuagint takes on a new life. Early leaders, eager to spread the teachings of Jesus, embrace the Greek translation, integrating it into their sermons and letters. The Psalms resonate in the hearts of believers, infusing their worship with emotion and power. "Sing joyfully to the Lord," they call out, voices rising in harmony, creating a tapestry of sound that fills the sacred spaces. The Psalms, once confined to the past, now burst forth like a river of life, nourishing the faith of those who had once been marginalized. As the years slip by, the impact of the Septuagint continues to reverberate throughout history. The poetry of the Psalms shapes the very fabric of culture and art. Artists paint breathtaking images inspired by the vivid imagery found in those sacred lines. Musicians compose melodies that capture the essence of longing and praise, drawing the heart closer to the divine. Scholars study the ancient text, debating its nuances and significance, while believers cling to its timeless wisdom, finding solace in its words. The old man, now a distant memory, would never have imagined that the scrolls he cherished would catalyze such profound change. His humble act of translation has sparked a movement, igniting passion in hearts across the ages. The Septuagint is not just a book. It is a vessel of connection, a bridge spanning communities, cultures, and time. The Psalms, transformed into Greek, continue to echo through history, a testament to the enduring power of language and faith. Like ripples on a vast ocean, the impact of those words flows onward, inviting generations to reflect, to sing, and to seek the sacred in the spaces between. And so, the story continues, weaving itself into the fabric of humanity, with each new voice adding to the eternal chorus of the Psalms. In a dimly lit room, the flickering of candlelight dances across ancient scrolls, casting shadows that seem to whisper the words of ages past. A scholar, hunched over a text, clutches the Psalms in one hand and a worn rabbinic commentary in the other. His heart races as he reads, every verse throbbing with life, each line a pulse of emotion and insight. Here, in the intertwining of the sacred words and rabbinic wisdom, lies a tapestry of faith, struggle, and profound connection to the divine. The Psalms, often called the heart of the Bible, resonate with humanity's most basic emotions: sorrow, joy, despair, and hope. Each psalm is not just a song but a conversation, a dialogue between the soul and its creator. Rabbinic literature, with its rich layers of interpretation, provides a lens that magnifies these emotions and reveals the depths of meaning hidden within the verses. The rabbis, wise men of old, devoted their lives to understanding these sacred texts, believing every word contained the power to transform lives. As the scholar reads, his mind dances through the stories of the rabbis who walked the earth centuries ago. They believed the Psalms were not merely poetry but a guide for life. Each verse was a treasure trove of wisdom, a reflection of the struggles and triumphs of their ancestors. One rabbi, in a moment of great despair, penned a psalm that echoed his longing for redemption, a cry from the depths of his soul that resonates even today. The scholar feels the weight of that longing and can almost hear the rabbi's voice, trembling with emotion, calling out to God for help. The rabbinic interpretations breathe life into the Psalms, showing how they relate to the everyday struggles of the Jewish people. In times of exile, the Psalms became a source of solace, words of resilience that wrapped around the weary like a warm embrace. When the world outside grew dark and threatening, those verses illuminated the path forward, reminding the faithful of their connection to God and each other. One psalm, in particular, captures the scholar's heart. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." He pauses, reflecting on the imagery of a shepherd, a figure of guidance and protection. The rabbis emphasized that the shepherd does not merely lead. He sacrifices, he nurtures, and he knows each sheep by name. What a profound truth, the scholar thinks, feeling a shiver of recognition. He too is searching for guidance in a world that often feels chaotic. The rabbinic commentary reveals layers of meaning he had never considered. Each phrase is dissected and examined, revealing a diamond's worth of insights. The rabbis teach that even in the darkest valleys, the shepherd walks beside us, a promise that no one is ever alone. The feeling of comfort washes over him, as if he too has been embraced by those ancient words. The candle flickers, and for a moment, it feels as if the past and present collide, binding him to the generations of faithful who have found solace in these sacred lines. Another psalm echoes in the silence. "Create in me a clean heart, O God." The scholar's breath catches in his throat. This plea for renewal resonates deeply, cutting through the noise of doubt and fear. The rabbis understood this yearning. They taught that true repentance is an act of courage, a commitment to change. The scholar thinks of his own life, moments of failure, and the heavy cloak of regret. Yet, within this verse lies hope, the promise of forgiveness and transformation. It is a call to action, to seek a heart that beats in harmony with the divine. The air grows thick with emotion as he recalls the stories of those who, through the Psalms, found a pathway to healing. A rabbi once shared a tale of a grieving father who, after losing his son, pored over the Psalms day and night, finding in their verses a companion for his sorrow. The words lifted him from despair, allowing him to forge a new life filled with memories and love, rather than pain. The scholar's heart aches for the father, yet he is inspired by the resilience of the human spirit. The Psalms become a lifeline, words of comfort that transcend time and culture. They are a reminder that pain is not an isolated experience but a universal one, shared by all who walk the earth. As the night deepens, the scholar turns a page and stumbles upon a psalm of thanksgiving. "I will give thanks to the Lord with my whole heart." Gratitude flows from these lines like a river, and he feels a surge of emotion, an overwhelming desire to connect with the goodness that exists in the world. The rabbis taught that acknowledging gratitude, even in small things, opens the door to joy. This wisdom ignites a spark within him, a reminder that in the midst of challenges, there is always something to be thankful for. His thoughts race as he contemplates the countless lives touched by the Psalms. He imagines the young woman facing an uncertain future, finding comfort in the words that promised hope. He pictures the soldier, weary and battered, reciting verses that remind him of his purpose. Each person, in their own way, holds the Psalms close, drawing strength from their messages, weaving them into the fabric of their lives. An urgent yearning fills the air, a sense that the scholar is not just a passive observer, but a participant in this grand tapestry. The insights of the rabbis, the emotions poured into the Psalms, create a bridge across time, binding him to a sacred legacy. The flickering candlelight casts long shadows, and as he looks around the room, it feels as though he is surrounded by the spirits of those who poured their hearts into these verses. He can almost hear their whispers mingling with his own thoughts, a chorus of voices, united in the search for meaning. The scholar knows he stands at the edge of something profound, the echoes of the past wrapping around him like a cloak. Each psalm, each interpretation, is a thread woven into the story of humanity. There is no beginning and no end, only an ongoing dialogue that beckons him to listen, to feel, and to share in the power of these sacred words. The urgency to understand swells within him, and in that moment, he realizes the journey of the Psalms is far from over. The pages turn with a gentle sigh, and the candle flickers as if urging him to continue, to dive deeper into this wellspring of emotion and insight that binds the past to the present and the present to the future. The candlelight flickered, casting long shadows on the ancient stone walls of a dimly lit chamber in the catacombs of Rome. A figure, draped in a simple robe, held a scroll in trembling hands, his eyes reflecting the weight of centuries past. As he unrolled the fragile parchment, the familiar words of the Psalms breathed life into the still air. An echo of prayers, laments, and praises filled the space, each syllable resonating with the struggles, joys, and hopes of a people seeking connection with the divine. These hymns were not mere words. They were the very heartbeat of the early Christian community. They sang of anguish, exaltation, betrayal, and trust. They carried the fervor of believers yearning for solace in a world that seemed to offer none. In this sacred moment, the Psalms became a bridge, linking the shepherds of Israel to the shepherds of the new faith, guiding them through trials that tested both spirit and resolve. As the figure murmured the words, he was not alone. Around him, the early church fathers were gathered, men of great intellect and profound faith. They believed in the transformative power of these ancient songs, recognizing that the Psalms held not only a mirror to the human soul, but also a compass for their fledgling church. It was here, in these intimate gatherings, that the roots of Christian thought began to intertwine with the melodies of Hebrew scripture. Tertullian, a fiery and passionate defender of the faith, would often echo the Psalms in his writings. His pen flowed like a river, weaving the language of the Psalms into his arguments, calling upon their verses to affirm the resurrection and the divine nature of Christ. My God, why have you forsaken me?" he would cry out, channeling the anguish of Psalm 22, using it to illustrate the heart of Christ's suffering. It sent shivers down the spines of those who heard him. This connection between the Old Testament's sorrows and the New Testament's triumph emanated through the very core of their beliefs. As the fire crackled and the shadows danced, the heart of Origen beat with a fervor that was palpable. He would speak of the Psalms as a tapestry of emotion, each thread telling a story of humanity's struggle with sin, grace, and redemption. His eyes glistened as he recited Psalm 51, a deep cry for mercy and forgiveness. In that moment, the chamber was filled with a collective breath, a sigh of repentance and yearning that bound them together in their quest for divine embrace. Origen believed that the Psalms were a divine dialogue, a conversation between God and man that transcended time and space, drawing the faithful into an understanding of their own existence. The atmosphere became charged as Augustine entered, his presence commanding yet humble. The echoes of his confessions mingled with the words of the Psalms, each verse illuminating his innermost struggles. "For you are my rock and my fortress," he would declare, his voice ringing with conviction, as he reflected on the ways the Psalms had become his refuge in moments of doubt. They were not just poetic expressions. They were lifelines. They brought clarity to his chaotic mind, guiding him like a lighthouse in the stormy seas of life. As the discussions grew more intense, the group delved into the Psalms' prophetic nature. They debated the implications of Psalm 110, recognizing its foreshadowing of the Messiah, the anointed one who would come to save. It was a revelation that sent shivers through their spines, igniting a passion for sharing these truths with the world. The words became armor, fortifying their resolve to spread the gospel, a sacred mission fueled by the ancient hymns that spoke of hope and deliverance. In the flickering candlelight, the tears of a young believer fell silently onto the scrolls. She had come seeking refuge, her heart heavy with the burdens of her past. Yet, as she listened to the fathers weave the Psalms into their dialogue, a sense of peace enveloped her. The Psalms spoke to her pain, guiding her through the valleys of despair to glimpses of light and redemption. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." Each word settled like a balm on her wounded spirit, filling her with the assurance that she was not alone. The influence of the Psalms threaded through the fabric of the early church, a lifeline for those grappling with faith amidst persecution and doubt. As they gathered night after night, the Psalms became their shared language, a hymn of resilience in a world that sought to silence them. Those words, echoing from the lips of the church fathers, ignited a fire within the hearts of the believers, drawing them closer to God and to one another. And so, the cycle continued. The Psalms, woven into sermons and liturgies, echoed in the ears of the faithful as they gathered in secret, sharing their struggles and hopes. Each verse became a stepping stone on their path toward salvation, transforming lives and forging a community bound by love and devotion. The early church fathers, stewards of this sacred legacy, imparted wisdom that would shape the faith for generations to come. In the stillness of that catacomb, the air vibrated with the sound of voices raised in unison, lifting the Psalms toward the heavens. They sang not only for themselves but for all those who would come after them, the generations yet to discover the comfort and strength hidden within the ancient verses. The weight of history pressed down upon them, but so did the promise of hope, the promise that the Psalms would always be there, serving as a guide, a prayer, a song of praise, echoing across time as a source of unwavering faith. As the last notes faded into the darkness, the fathers exchanged glances, knowing they stood on the precipice of something monumental. They were forging a path not merely for themselves but for countless souls searching for meaning in a chaotic world. And beneath the flickering flames, the foundation was laid for a faith that would endure, uniting the past and the future in a tapestry woven with the threads of the Psalms. In a dimly lit stone chapel, the air thick with incense and the weight of centuries, a single voice rises, piercing the silence like a candle's flame in the dark. It's the voice of a monk, his heart full of fervor as he chants the sacred words of the Psalms. The echoes of his voice ripple through the ancient walls, wrapping around those present like a warm embrace, drawing them into a sacred space where time seems to stand still. Each verse he sings is laden with emotion, the struggles, joys, and hopes of humanity etched into every syllable. The faithful, gathered in the flickering light, listen with rapt attention, their souls stirred by the power of the words. These Psalms, a collection of poetic prayers, have transcended generations, each line a testament to the human experience, resonating deeply not just in the hearts of the monks, but in the wider tapestry of medieval life. They speak of despair and deliverance, of sorrow and solace, allowing the listener to feel every heartbeat of divine connection. As the monk's voice rises and falls, the assembled faithful can feel the weight of history pressing down upon them, the very walls of the chapel bearing witness to countless prayers offered in desperation and hope. In the midst of this sacred chant, imagine the vibrant tapestry of medieval Christianity, where the Psalms played a pivotal role. They were not merely texts to be recited but musical scores that breathed life into the liturgy. The way the Psalms were sung transformed them into something transcendent, a vehicle for divine communion. The monks understood this power well. They were the guardians of these ancient words, crafting melodies that would carry the psalms into the hearts of many. Each note, each pause, was a brushstroke on the canvas of a deeply spiritual experience. As the centuries rolled on, the artistry of psalm interpretation blossomed. In the grand cathedrals of Europe, choirs would gather, their voices blending in harmony, creating a celestial sound that seemed to reach the heavens. The psalms became a bridge between the earthly and the divine, their musicality enhancing their meaning, lifting the spirits of all who listened. But this was not just a performance. It was an invitation to feel, to connect, and to understand the divine message within each verse. The emotions stirred by these sacred songs were palpable. Picture a group of weary pilgrims, their faces etched with the trials of their journey. As they enter a cathedral, the echoing strains of a psalm being sung wash over them. Their fatigue fades, replaced by a sense of peace, a reminder that they are not alone in their struggles. The music resonates within, igniting a flicker of hope. The Psalms have the power to touch the deepest corners of the heart, speaking of God's presence even in the darkest moments. Yet, not all interpretations of the Psalms were embraced without scrutiny. Scholars and theologians dissected these sacred texts, seeking to understand their deeper meanings. The debates could be fierce, as different interpretations sparked discussions that ignited the fires of passion in places of learning. How should these words be understood? Was it a history of the soul, a prophecy, or a reflection of the divine? Every debate, rich with conviction, only underscored the importance of the Psalms in the medieval mind. As the shadows of night fell upon the land, the flickering candles danced in rhythm with the whispered prayers of the faithful. In the quiet moments after the singing subsided, a hushed reverence filled the air, a collective sigh of relief as if the very essence of the Psalms had wrapped the congregation in a blanket of warmth. The walls of the chapel, adorned with stained glass that captured the prayers and praises of generations, shimmered in the candlelight. In those moments of reflection, a profound realization settled upon the hearts of the gathered souls. The Psalms were not just words. They were a living tradition, a part of their very being. Each verse echoed the struggles of the past, resonating in the present, and offering a glimmer of hope for the future. They became companions in times of joy and sorrow, reminders of faith in an uncertain world. As the monks continued their work, they began to write their own interpretations, weaving personal touches into the ancient texts, crafting melodies that expressed their own spiritual journeys. The Psalms transformed into something more than mere recitation. They became a dialogue between the divine and the individual. Each monk poured his heart into the music, creating a unique tapestry of sound, harmonizing their lives with the words of the Psalms. Outside, the world was changing. Wars raged, kingdoms rose and fell, and yet, within those sacred walls, the Psalms remained a constant, a refuge of peace amid the chaos. The simple act of singing together forged bonds, turning strangers into a community united by faith. As the choir assembled, their hearts beat in sync, each voice a thread in the vibrant fabric of medieval Christianity. And so, the music of the Psalms continued to fill the air, a reminder of the sacred journey every soul must walk. The echoes of their voices would linger long after they fell silent, imprinted in the hearts of those who listened. The power of the Psalms, interpreted through melody and emotion, would reach into the future, touching lives in ways even the most passionate monk could scarcely imagine. Each note carried a whisper of hope, a call to the divine, weaving through the ages, forever connecting the past with the present, and leading them toward a horizon yet unseen. In this sacred dance of interpretation and melody, the Psalms remained alive, a heartbeat of faith that could not be contained, ever flowing into the next moment, the next generation, the next echo in the chorus of time. A dimly lit church stood at the end of a narrow street, its towering spire reaching towards the heavens like a silent plea. Inside, the air hummed with anticipation. Voices began to rise, intertwining in a tapestry of sound. The faithful gathered, hearts pounding, ready to sing. But this was no ordinary moment. This was the dawn of something transformative, a rebirth of worship echoing through the halls of history. The Reformation had ignited a fire, not just in the hearts of men, but in the very essence of song. As the organ played its first notes, a chill ran down the spine of every congregant. The melodies, once bound by the heavy chains of tradition, now soared freely, carrying with them the weight of 1,000 hopes and dreams. They sang psalms, those ancient hymns that spoke of longing, deliverance, and a deep, abiding faith. Each note felt like a whisper from heaven, a reminder that God's presence was not confined to the ornate language of the past but thrived in the sincerity of the people's own voices. The transformation was palpable, a wave of emotion sweeping over the assembly as they sang, tears glimmering in their eyes. Martin Luther, a figure draped in the passion of a reformer, understood the power of music. He believed that if the heart could open to the word of God, then the voice should follow suit. No longer would the church dictate how worship should sound. In the shadows of the cathedral, he scribbled notes fervently, crafting hymns that spoke to the common person, the farmer, the merchant, the mother. In Luther's eyes, psalm singing was a rebellion against silence, a bold declaration that everyone deserved a voice in worship, a reflection of a newfound faith that was personal yet communal. Around him, the Reformation brewed with fervor. The air crackled with possibility, as men and women began to realize that their spiritual lives were not meant to be confined within the walls of the cathedral. They were meant to be lived out loud. The call for renewal echoed in the hearts of many, stirring a desire for authenticity in their worship. In lowly homes and humble gatherings, new psalms emerged, sung with raw emotion that could make even the hardest heart tremble. One such gathering took place in a small village, where the villagers huddled together, their faces illuminated by flickering candlelight. They sang with a fervency that seemed to breathe life into the very walls around them. Young voices mingled with the elderly, each carrying the weight of their stories, their struggles, and their hopes. The lyrics spoke not just of ancient texts but of the present moment, and it felt as though the very heavens opened, joining in their chorus. The sound rose and fell, a crescendo of faith that echoed in the silence of the night. The winds of change swept across Europe, and with it came the renewal of psalm singing. It traveled beyond borders, embraced by those who hungered for a deeper connection to their God. In Scotland, John Knox championed the metrical psalm, transforming the way people worshipped. The Scots, fierce in their devotion, found strength in song, their voices intertwining in a powerful declaration of faith that resonated from the highlands to the lowlands. They took the psalms into their hearts, singing not only of divine love but also of resistance, resilience, and the unwavering spirit of a people who would not be silenced. Then came the Anabaptists, who, too, embraced the power of song. In their secret meetings, they sang with an intensity that could shake the earth. Their songs spoke of freedom and community, of a faith that lived outside the bounds of the established church. They found strength in their shared melodies, breathing life into the very essence of their beliefs. Each note held a promise of unity, weaving together a diverse tapestry of faith that defied persecution. But the Reformation was not without its trials. As the music swelled, so did the tension. Authorities watched with wary eyes, threatened by the robust voices of a people declaring their faith anew. The echoes of psalm singing became cries for liberty, and the sound waves of rebellion rushed forth, filling the air with both hope and fear. The church's grip tightened, and in some places, psalm singing was met with fierce resistance. Yet, the spirit of the people could not be extinguished. They sang louder, their voices rising against the threat, a powerful force for change that could not be contained. As the sun began to set on the Reformation, the impact of this renewed psalm singing was felt far and wide. It transformed the very culture of worship, creating spaces where the sacred and the common mingled freely. With every hymn sung, people found their identities intertwined with the music, and it became a vehicle of expression, a way to voice their innermost thoughts and feelings. In each melody, there lay the story of a people transformed, of lives touched by the grace of God. And so, the rhythm of psalm singing surged forward, a vibrant pulse that resonated through the ages, echoing into the future. As new movements blossomed, the legacy of this musical revival continued to inspire countless generations. The Psalms, once cloaked in the heavy robes of tradition, became a living testament to faith, raw, genuine, and unyielding. Yet the story didn't pause there. As the flame of the Reformation flickered and danced, it beckoned new voices to join the chorus. The world was on the cusp of yet another transformation, and the Psalms would be the bridge to a new era. From the ashes of conflict and doubt, a fresh wave of song was preparing to rise, ready to sweep across the land like a mighty river, calling souls to join in the timeless hymn of faith. The church was alive with the sound of voices, harmonizing together like a symphony of hope. The air shimmered with a sense of reverence as the congregation lifted their hearts, clinging to the words woven into the fabric of their faith. These were not just songs. They were echoes of ancient prayers, raw and powerful, that stretched back through the corridors of time. The Psalms, a collection of songs and prayers penned thousands of years ago, became the heartbeat of worship, transcending ages and cultures. In the dim light of a candlelit sanctuary, a small child gripped her mother's hand tightly, her eyes wide with wonder. As the congregation sang, "The Lord is my shepherd," she felt a swell of protection wash over her, a feeling that the divine was near, guarding her with an unseen embrace. This was the power of the Psalms, words that flowed like a river of emotion, washing over souls in their moments of joy and despair alike. The journey of the Psalms into hymnody began with the Reformed tradition, where leaders sought to reclaim the heartfelt connection between worship and scripture. In the 16th century, figures like John Calvin and Martin Luther understood that the Psalms were more than just relics of the past. They were a living dialogue with God, a means to articulate the deepest sorrows and the highest praises. The melodies that emerged from this movement were strikingly simple yet arresting, designed to allow all voices to join in unison. As voices rose in harmony, echoes of Calvin's Geneva filled the air with fervor, where congregations sang psalms in the vernacular of their own tongues, words not shackled by the constraints of Latin, but alive and relatable, touching the hearts of the ordinary people. The psalmody became a canvas for the collective experience of grief, hope, and redemption. "I will sing of the mercies of the Lord forever," they proclaimed, their spirits intertwined with the ancient text. Fast forward to the 19th century, where the light of revival and the birth of gospel music began to shine. The words of the Psalms were being woven into hymns that stirred the very core of the worshipers. Fanny Crosby, once blind, poured her heart into verses that made the Psalms breathe anew. "Blessed assurance, Jesus is mine," she would sing, her words echoing Psalm 23, assurance that the Good Shepherd walks beside us. It was in these moments that the Psalms took on a new life, bridging the gap between sorrow and joy, heartache and hope. The tent revivals of Charles Finney and Dwight L. Moody saw the congregation swaying to the rhythms of these divine lyrics, their souls laid bare before God. The melodies soared, wrapping around the hearts of those who gathered, uniting them in a powerful tapestry of faith. With every strum of the guitar and every beat of the tambourine, they sang, "As the deer pants for the water, so my soul longs after you." And in that longing, they discovered the essence of worship, a yearning for connection that transcends time. As the years rolled on, the 20th century ushered in an era of profound change, where traditional hymnody began to blend with contemporary sounds. The church became a canvas for new expressions of faith, where guitars, drums, and synthesizers infused worship with fresh energy. Yet, even amid this evolution, the Psalms remained a steadfast source of inspiration. Artists like Matt Redman and Chris Tomlin crafted songs that drew directly from the wellspring of the Psalms, breathing life into ancient words with a modern pulse. 10,000 Reasons captured the essence of Psalm 103, as worshipers lifted their hands, filled with gratitude and reverence. In one vibrant church, a young man named David found himself caught up in the tide of this musical revolution. As he strummed his guitar, he poured his heart into the lyrics inspired by Psalm 42. The lyrics cascaded from his fingertips, each note reverberating with the longing for God's presence. The congregation, moved by the sincerity of his worship, joined in, their voices merging into a tapestry of sound that filled the sanctuary with palpable emotion. In that moment, they were not just singing. They were participating in a divine exchange, their hearts resonating with the age-old cries of the psalmist. Even as the digital age dawned, with worship taking on new forms through live streams and social media, the Psalms continued to echo in the hearts of believers around the world. The words were no longer confined to the walls of the church. They spilled into homes, cars, and coffee shops. The psalmists of today, from hip-hop artists to worship leaders, transformed the ancient texts, infusing them with contemporary rhythms and melodies that moved beyond mere performance into profound encounters with the divine. In a crowded cafe, a group of friends huddled together, their phones playing a worship song that drew directly from Psalm 46, declaring, "God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble." As the music enveloped them, they felt the weight of their worries lift, their spirits ignited by the timeless message of hope. They shared stories, laughter, and tears, their lives interwoven like the verses of a modern-day psalmist. The Psalms, once sung in solemnity, now danced joyfully in contemporary worship, a testament to their enduring power. They were no longer relegated to the past. They lived in the here and now, reaching into the future as believers sought to express their faith in the language of their time. Yet, amid all the changes, some things remained constant: the longing for connection, the desire for understanding, and the quest for truth. Each note, each word, carried with it the weight of human experience, a testament to the struggles and triumphs that shaped the journey of faith. Worshippers continued to find solace in the age-old cries for help, guidance, and praise, their hearts beating in rhythm with the Psalms, a chorus that transcended time. In that sacred space, the line between history and present blurred, as the past echoed in the hearts of the faithful, reminding them that they were part of something greater. It was a sacred loop, a continuous cycle of worship that drew upon the ancient and the modern, uniting the faithful in a tapestry of praise that would never truly end. The Psalms lived on, vibrant and alive, a testimony to the enduring power of worship, in whatever form it may take. And as the final notes faded into silence, the congregation remained, hearts still brimming with the lingering echoes of divine connection, ready for the next song, the next expression of faith, forever intertwined with the timeless cries of the psalmists. A flickering candle casts soft shadows on a weathered journal, its pages stained with the fingerprints of countless prayers. Each mark tells a story, a whisper of the soul reaching out to the divine. On that humble table, in the quiet of a dimly lit room, the air is thick with unspoken words, yearning for connection. It's here that the Psalms come alive, their verses resonating deeply with every heartbeat. Throughout history, the Psalms have been the wellspring of comfort for the weary and the brokenhearted. Imagine a shepherd boy, David, sitting beneath the stars, his heart heavy with longing yet lifted by the melodies of his own creation. His words, born from the depths of despair and the heights of joy, echo through centuries, inviting souls into an intimate dialogue with God. The Psalms are not merely ancient texts. They are living prayers, each line a doorway into the sacred. In the soft glow of that candlelight, the journal opens to a new page. A fresh beginning awaits, the ink poised to spill forth thoughts, dreams, and questions. The writer's hand trembles slightly, caught between vulnerability and strength. They remember the moment the Psalms first spoke to them, how, like a gentle breeze, they found solace amidst storms. The words seemed to leap off the page, wrapping around their heart like a warm embrace, urging them to write their own story alongside the ancient verses. As the ink flows, memories surface, moments of despair when doubt clawed at their heart, and the Psalms offered hope like a lifeline. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." Each word sings a melody of reassurance, reminding them they are never alone. The act of journaling becomes an offering, a sacred dialogue with the Creator, as if the writer were whispering their dreams and fears into the very ear of God. Here, vulnerability transforms into strength, and the heartache spills onto the pages, turning sorrow into beauty. The candles flicker, casting playful shadows, just as the emotions swirl, joy intermingling with sadness, hope with despair. The writer pauses, reflecting on Psalm 30, where joy emerges from mourning, a promise of dawn after the darkest night. They recall times when laughter bubbled over in the midst of trials, moments when they felt God's smile through tears. You turned my mourning into dancing. Each word becomes a step in the dance of life, a rhythm that pulses with every heartbeat. Outside, the world carries on, oblivious to the sacred exchange happening within those four walls. The cries of the city blend with the rustle of leaves, creating a symphony of life. Yet in this small space, there's a bubble of peace, a sanctuary where the writer connects with their innermost thoughts. The weight of the world slips away as they pour their heart onto the page, each word a bridge between the earthly and the divine. Tears stream down their face as they write, each drop a testament to the pain endured and the strength found in vulnerability. The Psalms remind them that it's okay to cry, to rage against the injustice of life. How long, O Lord? A cry that reverberates across time, echoing the sentiments of countless souls who have felt abandoned and lost. It's in these moments of raw honesty that the writer finds freedom, the catharsis sweeping over them like a wave. Then, as if summoned by the heartbeat of the writer's soul, a surge of gratitude fills the room. The ink flows faster now, capturing moments of awe, sunrises that painted the sky with hope, laughter shared with loved ones, the smell of freshly baked bread wafting through the air. The Psalms remind them to rejoice in all things, to find beauty in the mundane. This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. The words leap off the page, igniting a fire of thankfulness that ignites their spirit. In the midst of this journey of faith, the writer feels a gentle nudge to pray, to speak the unspeakable. Silence envelopes them, broken only by the sound of their breath. They lift their eyes, gazing at the flickering flame of the candle, and whisper their deepest longings, their fears, and their dreams. It becomes a sacred ritual, the merging of journaling and prayer, where ink and spirit unite, creating a tapestry of faith. In the stillness, they find solace, a balm for the soul. The Psalms have become their companions in this sacred space, each verse a thread woven into the fabric of their devotion. They feel the weight of history pressing in, millennia of believers who turned to these ancient words, who found strength in their prayers, who, like them, sought connection with the divine. But as the candle burns lower, casting long shadows across the pages, an unsettling thought creeps in. What if these moments of connection were fleeting? What if the world outside intruded, extinguishing this sacred flame? The fear grips them, a sudden rush of anxiety as the reality of life presses close. Yet in that moment, they remember the promise of Psalm 46. God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. The reassurance washes over them, a wave of strength that pushes back against the tide of doubt. The candle flickers one last time, and the journal lies open, a testament to the journey of the heart. As the writer lays down their pen, they feel a deep stirring within, an invitation to keep the fire burning, to carry this sacred practice into the world. The pages, though filled, are merely the beginning, the first steps into an ongoing conversation with God, an ever-deepening relationship that transcends time. Outside, the city continues to pulse with life, unaware of the transformation unfolding within the walls of that small room. The writer knows this is just the start, a bridge between the sacred and the everyday, where each prayer penned, each psalm recited, draws them closer to the heart of God. And with every breath, they are reminded of the truth that courses through the Psalms and their own life. They are never alone, and their story, intertwined with the divine, is still being written. In a world where silence hangs heavy like a shroud, the sound of a single string plucked can ignite a spark, stirring the heart and awakening the soul. The ancient Israelites knew this well, for in the depths of their trials and triumphs, music was an unwavering companion, echoing the rhythms of their lives. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over dusty roads and olive groves, the haunting melodies of the Psalms floated through the air, weaving together the fabric of their faith. Each note carried with it a weight of history, echoing the voices of those who had come before. The Psalms, often referred to as the hymns of the heart, were composed during pivotal moments in the life of a nation. King David, a shepherd-turned-monarch, strummed his lyre while wandering the hills, pouring his soul into verses that would resonate through generations. These weren't mere words. They were anthems of joy and lament, songs of praise and cries for help. In the silence of the night, David's melodies cut through despair, reaching the heavens, where they were said to find favor with the Almighty. The very act of singing transformed his pain into purpose, his sorrow into strength. As the Israelites gathered for feasts and festivals, the air vibrated with the sounds of jubilant celebrations. The music of the Psalms was a vital thread woven into the fabric of their communal identity. Imagine a group of villagers, hands raised, voices lifted in harmony, their hearts beating as one. The rhythm of the tambourines and the steady thrum of the drums provided a pulse that resonated with their faith, a physical manifestation of their devotion. Here, in this sacred space, music became more than mere entertainment. It was a form of worship, a bridge connecting the earthly and the divine. Historical records suggest that these musical traditions were not static. They evolved, influenced by the shifting sands of time and circumstance. The Babylonian exile marked a significant turning point, as the Israelites found themselves uprooted, their homeland stripped away. In the bleakness of captivity, the Psalms transformed yet again. They became cries of longing for the land of their ancestors, whispers of hope for a brighter future. The poignant melodies echoed through the halls of foreign lands, reminding them of who they were and where they came from. The very act of singing became an act of resistance, a declaration that faith could not be extinguished. The return to Zion was a moment of jubilation, and music played a pivotal role in this homecoming. As the walls of Jerusalem rose from the ashes, so too did the voices of the people, singing songs of thanksgiving and restoration. The Psalms became a soundtrack for their revival, instilling a deep sense of unity and purpose. The melodies were infused with a yearning for belonging, a collective memory that no exile could erase. In those moments, beneath the banners of hope and renewal, the past and present merged, giving birth to a profound understanding. Music was the heartbeat of their faith. As generations passed, the role of music in the Psalms continued to evolve. The temple became a focal point of worship, where skilled musicians, like the Levites, dedicated their lives to creating an atmosphere of reverence. Their hands danced over strings and skins, crafting melodies that resonated within the sacred walls. It was here that the Psalms found new life, their words becoming a tapestry of sound that enveloped the congregation. Each note was a prayer, a petition, a proclamation. The very air crackled with anticipation, as worshippers felt the divine presence all around them. Yet, even amid this devotion, tensions simmered beneath the surface, a tension that could only be released through the power of music. The Psalms echoed the struggles of the people, reflecting the highs and lows of their collective existence. When faced with injustice, the rhythms grew fierce, and the lyrics turned into battle cries. In this way, music became a conduit for the raw emotions of a beleaguered people, allowing them to voice their pain and anger while simultaneously seeking solace. The melodies, often laden with lament, became a cathartic outlet that offered both release and healing. The inspiration behind these sacred songs often came during the most turbulent times. Historical records indicate that many of the Psalms were composed during wars, famines, and periods of uncertainty. They served as reminders that even in the darkest moments, music could illuminate a path forward. A warrior returning from battle might find solace in a psalm of victory, his heart swelling with pride and gratitude. Meanwhile, a mother mourning the loss of her child could turn to words of comfort, her sorrow transformed into a melody that resonated with both grief and hope. The Psalms became a timeless companion, transcending the boundaries of time and space. Their power to evoke emotions remained undiminished, echoing through the hearts of countless believers across the centuries. As the early Christians adopted these ancient hymns, the melodies transformed yet again, intertwining with new narratives, creating a rich musical tapestry that spanned generations. From the early church gatherings, where hymns intertwined with prayers, to the grand cathedrals echoing with choral masterpieces, the spirit of the Psalms thrived. In every corner of the globe, the influence of the Psalms can still be felt, the melodies lingering in the air, stirring the hearts of those who seek to connect with the divine. Across cultures and languages, the power of music to express faith remains an enduring truth. Whether sung in a quiet home or a grand cathedral, the essence of the Psalms lives on, igniting emotions that transcend barriers. As the final notes of a haunting melody linger in the air, the story of the Psalms continues, weaving itself into the fabric of humanity's search for connection, solace, and understanding. With every strum, every beat, the echoes of the past remind us that music is a universal language, a thread that binds us all. The journey through the history of music in the Psalms is not merely an exploration of the past. It is an invitation to feel, to reflect, and to recognize the profound impact that melody and rhythm can have upon the human soul. It beckons the listener to lean in closer, to uncover the stories yet untold, as the music carries them onward into the next chapter of this sacred journey. In the hushed corners of a small church, a flickering candle casts a warm glow on the faces gathered, hearts ready to pour out their souls. The moment is electric, a blend of ancient and modern, as the congregation clutches their hymnals, their voices poised to soar. But tonight, instead of the usual hymns, the air is thick with the vibrant sounds of a guitar strumming the opening chords of a new song, one that echoes the timeless cries of the Psalms. These sacred verses, penned centuries ago under the weight of despair and delight, resonate louder than ever in today's worship. A yearning for authenticity pulses through the congregation, the Psalms a bridge connecting their struggles and triumphs with the divine. They sing with fervor both familiar and fresh, their voices intertwining with the echoes of David's laments and praises. This blend of old and new creates a tapestry rich with emotion, a reminder that the Psalms are not just relics of the past, but living words that breathe life into modern worship. In the late 20th century, a revolution began to stir within church walls. Worship leaders, yearning for a deeper connection, turned to the Psalms. They saw in these verses a raw honesty, a powerful language for expressing the breadth of human experience. It was a shift away from polished performances toward genuine encounters with God. The Psalms provided words for those who felt voiceless, a sacred soundtrack for lives still being written. As the years rolled on, the songs inspired by the Psalms began to weave themselves into the fabric of contemporary worship. Lyrics flowed like a river, capturing the essence of the Psalms while embracing modern melodies. Church gatherings transformed from solemn recitations to lively celebrations where people danced in the aisles, arms outstretched, voices raised. The words of ancient kings and prophets now mingled with the passions of everyday life, echoing in coffee shops, festivals, and stadiums. In one corner of a bustling city, a young woman named Sarah finds herself in a room filled with worshipers. The pastor speaks of Psalm 23. The imagery of green pastures and still waters paints a picture of peace that resonates deeply within her weary soul. She glances around, seeing others with eyes closed and hands lifted, a collective longing for solace in a chaotic world. The music begins, and the room ignites with a heartfelt rendition that feels like a warm embrace. Sarah's heart swells. She feels the weight of her struggles lift, if only for a moment. The influence of the Psalms stretches beyond small gatherings, making waves in larger movements and conferences. Artists like Matt Redman and Chris Tomlin take the Psalms and craft anthems that echo across nations. Through their music, the ancient cries for help, gratitude, and wonder find new life, connecting with millions who thirst for meaning. The Psalms become not merely verses to read, but a foundation for a new worship culture, where authenticity triumphs over performance. Yet, as the light of modern worship shines bright, shadows linger. Some lament that the simplicity of the Psalms can be lost amidst the production. They worry that in the rush for relevance, the depth of these ancient texts gets overlooked. The very essence of lament, of pouring out one's soul, can be overshadowed by catchy melodies and climactic choruses. Tension grows. Can the Psalms retain their raw power while being wrapped in polished arrangements? In a dimly lit room filled with instruments, a group of worship leaders gathers to pray and seek direction. They share their concerns, their hearts heavy. One leader mentions how Psalm 42's longing for God feels especially poignant in a world filled with distractions. They resolve to create music that honors the heart of the Psalms, songs that invite vulnerability rather than spectacle. As they brainstorm, ideas flow like a river, and a new wave of creativity is born. In the heart of another church, a father stands holding his son, both of them singing from the Psalms. The boy looks up with wide eyes, trying to understand the weight of the words. The father feels the familiar tug of nostalgia, remembering his own childhood, singing these same verses with his parents. It's a moment that transcends time, a thread connecting generations. The Psalms are no longer just ancient texts. They are a lineage of faith, woven into the lives of families, communities, and cultures. Despite the evolving landscape of worship, some churches hold tightly to traditional forms, insisting on the beauty of the original texts. They chant the Psalms in their ancient Hebrew forms, preserving the historical context but creating a unique challenge for modern congregations. Can they find common ground? Can the ancient language of the Psalms speak anew to the hearts of a diverse gathering? The struggle is palpable, the tension between tradition and transformation a delicate dance. Amidst this rich tapestry, the whispers of the Holy Spirit guide hearts and minds. The Psalms, with their passionate cries and tender praises, continue to inspire new expressions of faith. The stories of struggle and joy find their way into new songs, fueled by the collective experiences of those who sing them. As evening falls, churches across the world flicker with candlelight, the sounds of the Psalms weaving through the air. Voices blend in a chorus that defies the boundaries of time and space. Each note reverberates with the emotions of joy, sorrow, and hope, a reminder that the Psalms are a living, breathing testament to the human experience and divine interaction. In this space of worship, there's an understanding that the journey with the Psalms is ongoing. The words, once set in stone, now dance between the highs and lows of modern life, constantly transforming to meet the needs of a restless world. The stories they tell are far from finished. They weave into a larger narrative that beckons for more, inviting hearts to sing louder, reach deeper, and embrace the beautiful, messy, and sacred journey of faith. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the dusty streets of Jerusalem, where the cries of the oppressed echoed in the air. The people moved about, faces etched with weariness, yet their eyes sparkled with a fierce hope. In this ancient city, a powerful chorus rose through the streets, words woven together like a tapestry, each thread vibrant with emotion and yearning for justice. These were not just words. They were the Psalms, the soul's cry for liberation. In the midst of the throngs, a young woman named Miriam listened intently. She cradled her baby, its soft whimpers merging with the sounds of the bustling market. As she walked, she recalled the verses her grandmother recited, words that shaped their lives and whispered promises of justice. "The Lord hears the oppressed," her grandmother would say, a fire in her voice. "He will not forget them." Each line of the Psalms resonated like a heartbeat, pulsing with a relentless spirit of resistance against the tide of tyranny. Miriam's heart raced as she remembered Psalm 137. The anguish of her ancestors spilled forth in its verses, their homes demolished, their lives shattered. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? The question hung heavy, charged with the weight of generations yearning for return and redemption. The psalmist's lament echoed through her veins, igniting a flame of rebellion. Here was a voice against oppression, a reminder that even in exile, their songs held power. Across the city, in a sun-drenched courtyard, an elderly man named David sat with a group of children gathered around him. His voice trembled, yet it held a strength that captivated the little ones. "Listen," he urged, his eyes sparkling with the wisdom of years lived in struggle. He recited Psalm 146, a beacon of hope. "The Lord protects the foreigner, sustains the fatherless and the widow." With each word, he ignited dreams of a future where justice flowed like water, refreshing the parched land of their existence. The children leaned closer, their imaginations taking flight. They felt the weight of each verse, the heft of promises woven into their lives. For them, the Psalms were not mere words on a page. They were the lifeblood of a community striving against the darkness of oppression. David's voice echoed stories of resilience and faith, guiding their spirits through the labyrinth of despair toward the light of justice. As night fell, the streets transformed into a canvas of shadows. Lanterns flickered, casting a warm glow that illuminated faces marked by hardship, yet filled with determination. A gathering formed around the ancient well, the air thick with anticipation. Men and women, young and old, came together, united by a singular purpose, the cry for justice. They lifted their voices in unison, their songs a tapestry of the Psalms. "Rise up, O God, and defend your cause," rang out, a passionate appeal that reverberated through the night. Each note carried centuries of struggle, the voices intertwined in a beautiful cacophony of hope. They sang for the downtrodden, the forgotten, those whose tears soaked the dry ground beneath their feet. In that moment, they became a living embodiment of the Psalms, their cries echoing through the ages, fueled by an unwavering belief that justice would prevail. But the struggle was not without its trials. The shadows of oppression loomed large, and the scent of fear lingered like smoke in the air. A sudden hush fell over the crowd as the sound of marching boots approached. The soldiers, symbols of authority and control, appeared at the edge of the gathering, their faces stern and unyielding. The heartbeats quickened, and voices faltered, but not for long. A young man named Eli stepped forward, defiant and brave, embodying the spirit of Psalm 94. "O Lord, God of vengeance, shine forth." He raised his arms, a warrior of words, and shouted, "We will not be silenced. We will stand for those who have no voice. We are the chorus of the oppressed." His declaration unleashed a wave of courage that washed over the crowd. They surged forward, their collective spirit igniting like wildfire, a fierce reminder that they were not alone in their quest for justice. The Psalms breathed life into their fight, reminding them that their voices mattered. As the tension grew, the soldiers hesitated, caught in a moment of uncertainty. The power of the gathered multitude, their unyielding faith in the words of the Psalms, held the air thick with possibility. The psalmists had always been more than mere poets. They were warriors of justice, their verses a rallying cry that transcended time and space. The Psalms ran through the veins of the people, a river of strength that could not be dammed. Miriam felt her heart swell as she joined the chorus, her voice rising in fervor. The words of Psalm 72 flowed from her lips, a petition for the king to defend the afflicted and save the children of the needy. In that moment, she was not just a woman with a child. She was a vessel of history, a link in a chain that stretched back through the ages, connecting her to the countless souls who had dared to dream of justice. And so, the night deepened, the songs soaring into the heavens, a testament to the human spirit's resilience. Each voice was a thread, weaving together a tapestry of hope in the face of despair. The people sang not just for themselves, but for every soul who had ever suffered under the weight of injustice. With each note, they breathed life into the promises of the Psalms, their echoes resonating with the dreams of a better world. In that charged atmosphere, the stories of the past danced like fireflies in the night. Each psalm was a bridge, linking the generations, carrying the legacy of struggle and triumph. The hopes of 1,000 lifetimes coalesced into a single moment, a divine spark igniting an unquenchable thirst for justice and equality. It was a powerful reminder that in the quest for dignity, no voice was too small to make a difference, no song too faint to reach the ears of the divine. As the final verses hung in the air, a promise lingered, shimmering like starlight. The fight for justice would continue, and the Psalms would forever be the heart's anthem against oppression. Each line a whisper of hope that would never fade. And just as the dawn began to break, the echoes of their voices intertwined with the first light, setting the stage for an ever-unfolding narrative of resilience and strength. The journey was far from over. It had merely shifted into a new chapter, one that would demand even more courage, more songs, and unwavering determination. The ancient echoes of a long-forgotten world linger in the air, resonating with the poignant cries of the human spirit. In a time when the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars blanketed the night sky, people gathered around flickering fires, their hearts heavy with questions, loss, and hope. Among their cherished scrolls, the Psalms stood as a beacon, illuminating their darkest hours. Each verse a pulse, each line a breath, carrying the weight of emotions that transcended generations. In the Psalms, the intricate beauty of parallelism unfolds like a tapestry woven by divine hands. It is here that the simplicity of language transforms into a symphony of meaning. Each thought is mirrored, each feeling echoed, creating a rhythm that pulls at the very core of the reader's being. A statement followed by its counterpart, a question met with an answer. This is the heartbeat of the Psalms, where the soul finds connection and solace. Consider how the psalmist employs parallelism to express a universal truth. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. The very structure makes the heart swell with comfort, wrapping itself around the assurance that one is never alone, that even in the darkest valleys, there is guidance. There lies a profound simplicity in these words, yet they resonate with a depth that stirs the soul. The Psalms are a canvas splattered with emotions: joy, sorrow, rage, and peace. In one breath, the psalmist sings of jubilant praise, and in the next, they lament in desperation. This emotional roller coaster is masterfully crafted through a deliberate structure, the repetition of thoughts and ideas. His steadfast love endures forever, comes back like a wave crashing against the shore, washing away doubts and fears. It is a reminder that in the chaos of life, love remains constant. As the sun rises on ancient Israel, the psalmist imbues their works with vivid imagery, crafting scenes that dance before the eyes of the reader. The structure of each psalm enhances these images, drawing the audience into a shared experience. The parallel lines act as mirrors, reflecting the complexity of the human spirit. Mountains may crumble, the earth may shake, the words echo, evoking a sense of vulnerability, yet they are followed by the unwavering assurance. But his promises stand firm. In this push and pull, the reader feels the tension, the pull of despair countered by the embrace of hope. The power of the Psalms lies in their ability to resonate across time, tapping into the collective experience of humanity. The structure of these sacred poems is not merely an artistic choice, but a profound means of connecting the past with the present. When a weary soul reads, "Create in me a clean heart, O God," the plea transcends the centuries, echoing in the hearts of those who long for renewal and redemption. This divine dialogue, crafted through parallelism, unfolds like a conversation between the Creator and the created. It invites the reader into an intimate relationship, where each line builds upon the other, weaving a rich tapestry of faith and doubt, joy and sorrow. The careful arrangement of words creates a crescendo, drawing the reader deeper into a spiritual experience that is both personal and communal. The wisdom of the Psalms speaks not only to the individual but also to the collective struggles shared by communities across ages. In times of war, famine, or heartbreak, these verses have served as both a balm and a battle cry. The structure, with its rhythmic cadences and mirrored thoughts, provides a sense of order amidst chaos, a lifeline in tumultuous seas. Even though I walk through the darkest valley, I will fear no evil, resonates with the strength of countless souls who have faced their own shadows, armed with the assurance that they are not alone. In the heart of the Psalms lies a treasure trove of human experience, a catalog of emotions that span the spectrum of existence. The echoing lines create a sense of unity, wrapping around the reader like a warm embrace. My soul finds rest in God alone. My salvation comes from Him. These simple yet profound statements form a structure that resonates deep within the psyche, igniting a flicker of hope that refuses to be extinguished. And then, as the psalmist shifts from one emotion to another, the reader is whisked away on a whirlwind of feelings. The sudden shift from exultation to despair sends shivers down the spine. Why, O Lord, do you stand far off? Why do you hide yourself in times of trouble? Here, the raw honesty of questioning becomes a cathartic release, allowing readers to voice their own doubts and fears. With each parallel line, the tension builds and the emotions swell, creating a palpable energy that leaves the reader breathless. In this sacred space, the Psalms reveal their transformative power. The structure of parallelism serves to draw the reader into a deeper understanding of their feelings, offering reflections that mirror their own experiences. The back and forth between praise and lament creates a dynamic interplay, inviting readers to navigate their own complex emotions with courage. As the ink dries on the ancient scrolls, the timeless words continue to resonate, traveling through the ages, reaching hearts that ache for connection. The beauty of the Psalms lies not only in their lyrical quality, but in their ability to touch the very essence of humanity. Each verse acts as a bridge, connecting the sacred to the everyday, the divine to the mundane. Through parallelism, the Psalms weave a narrative that invites reflection, challenging the reader to confront their own truths. As the psalmist cries out in desperation, the reader cannot help but feel that familiar ache tugging at their heartstrings. The cadence of the words pulls them into a dance of emotions, one moment lost in despair, the next lifted by an undeniable hope. The structure becomes a lifeline, a thread that weaves through time, binding the past to the present. The stories contained within the Psalms mirror the struggles of each generation, echoing the cries of countless souls who have walked this earth. Each line, with its careful parallelism, serves not only as a reflection of individual experiences, but as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. Through the lens of these ancient words, the reader discovers that they are not alone. Their fears, hopes, and dreams have been shared and sung throughout history, woven into the very fabric of existence. As the final line of a psalm resonates, it doesn't simply close the chapter. It opens a door to the next section, where the exploration of these literary devices continues, pulling the reader further into the rich tapestry of emotion and faith that the Psalms offer. The cycle of praise and lament carries on, every echo a reminder of the shared human experience, an eternal dialogue between the divine and the earthly, the profound and the simple, the joy and the sorrow. In a small, dimly lit room, an elderly woman clutches a worn Bible to her chest, its pages yellowed and frayed. Streaks of sunlight filter through the dusty window, illuminating her tear-streaked face. Each verse she whispers dances in the still air, wrapping around her like a warm embrace. The Psalms, with their lyrical beauty, have cradled her heart through decades of heartache, loss, loneliness, and longing. In that moment, she is not just a woman. She is a vessel of centuries of sorrow and joy, a bridge between the ancient and the modern, where words transform pain into healing. The Psalms have echoed through history, drawing in countless souls seeking solace. Written during tumultuous times, each line is imbued with a raw honesty that resonates deeply with the human experience. King David, a warrior and poet, wielded his pen like a sword, carving out prayers of desperation and declarations of faith. His words are not just relics. They are alive, pulsating with the heartbeat of those who have walked the earth before us. As the woman recites Psalm 23, the room transforms. "The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want." The words hang in the air, heavy with assurance. The shepherd imagery evokes a sense of safety, a promise that even in the darkest valleys, comfort is not far away. Generations before her found refuge in these lines. Like the exiles in Babylon, longing for their homeland, their grief soothed by the same verses. In ancient Israel, the Psalms were sung aloud, a communal expression of shared pain and hope. There were no polished performances, just raw, impassioned voices lifted to the heavens. This collective act forged unbreakable bonds among the people, allowing them to heal together in the face of adversity. The rhythm of their lives was intertwined with these sacred words, creating a tapestry of faith that enveloped them, reminding them they were not alone. As the woman continues to read, the air thickens with emotion, transporting her to a battlefield where a young David faced Goliath. The fear, the courage, the trust in something greater than himself, it all radiates from the text. "I will fear no evil," she murmurs, and in that moment her spirit rises. The battles she has fought, loss, betrayal, regret, seem smaller, dwarfed by the power of the words that buoy her spirit. Psalms possess an uncanny ability to articulate the inexpressible feelings that swirl within us. When darkness looms, when despair threatens to engulf, these verses stand like towering sentinels, offering a glimmer of hope. In the historical context of oppression and exile, these psalms served as lifelines, woven into the fabric of survival. The Jewish people clung to these sacred texts as they faced persecution, their voices rising like smoke signals across vast distances, proclaiming resilience against despair. Across the ages, the Psalms have not just been words but instrumental to the healing process, providing a framework for expressing grief and gratitude alike. The woman recalls how, in times of mourning, she found herself drawn to Psalm 34. The Lord is close to the brokenhearted. Each word became a balm, easing the jagged edges of her sorrow. Even in her solitude, she was accompanied by a chorus of voices, a community of believers across time, each carrying their own burdens and finding solace in the same lines. The kinetic energy of these verses spills over into lives everywhere. Imagine a soldier in the trenches of World War I, clutching a crumpled scrap of paper with Psalm 121 written on it. I lift my eyes to the hills. Where does my help come from? In that moment of uncertainty and fear, the soldier feels a flicker of connection to the divine. The words transcend the battlefield, binding him to a lineage of warriors and wanderers who have sought hope in the darkest of hours. It is said that the act of speaking or singing the Psalms can alter the very fabric of one's mental state. The rhythmic patterns, the poetic devices, and the profound truths have a transformative effect on the mind. For the woman, the act of reading becomes a meditation, a ritual that quiets the chaos within. Each line she speaks is a step taken on a path toward peace. Each pause a moment of reflection that allows her to confront her own demons. Every psalm tells a story, and the psychological impact of these narratives is undeniable. They invite the reader into an intimate dance with emotions: joy, sadness, anger, praise. They capture the fullness of the human experience, encouraging vulnerability in an era that often demands stoicism. The personal becomes universal, as her pain echoes in the struggles of others. In the quiet of her room, she pauses at Psalm 46. God is our refuge and strength, an ever-present help in trouble. The weight of those words settles around her like a warm blanket on a cold night. She exhales slowly, letting the truth seep in. The promise of refuge is a beacon, illuminating her darkest moments, whispering that it is okay to seek shelter in the storm. The historical significance of these verses stretches beyond personal experience. During the civil rights movement, figures like Martin Luther King Jr. drew on the Psalms to inspire hope amid struggle. The words rang out from congregations, vibrated through the streets, and became a rallying cry for justice. The Psalms were not just ancient texts. They became contemporary mantras for those yearning for freedom. With each recitation, the woman feels more connected to this vast web of humanity, all bound by the same sacred words. She is part of a great chorus, an echo that reverberates through time. As she leans back in her chair, enveloped by the familiarity of the Psalms, she realizes that their power lies not just in the comfort they provide, but in their ability to summon strength from the depths of despair. The sun sinks lower in the sky, casting shadows that dance around her. The journey through the Psalms continues, an endless exploration of the human spirit's capacity to endure. The pages may turn, but the healing they offer remains perennial, waiting to embrace the next soul seeking solace. The words hang in the air, beckoning to be spoken, their power unstoppable, ready to weave another story into the sacred tapestry of life. In the stillness of a moonlit night, a figure knelt in the dust, his hands raised to the heavens, whispering words that echoed with centuries of longing. David, a shepherd boy turned king, felt the weight of a world filled with turmoil pressing down on him. He had known the sting of betrayal, the agony of loss, and the heart-wrenching pain of separation from those he loved. Yet, amid the shadows of despair, a glimmer of hope flickered like a distant star. The Psalms, the very verses he penned, were not mere words but lifelines cast into the churning sea of his emotions. Throughout history, countless souls have found solace within those sacred lines. They spoke of a deep connection to something greater, an unwavering presence that could withstand life's fiercest storms. On ancient tablets, etched into stone, the cries for help and expressions of faith reached out to those who felt lost. Each psalm, a unique tapestry interwoven with threads of sorrow and joy, captured the human experience in vivid color. Take, for instance, Psalm 23, a declaration of unwavering trust. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." Those words transcended time, wrapping themselves around hearts like a warm embrace, offering comfort in the darkest hours. They served as a reminder that even in the valleys of despair, there lies a promise of guidance and restoration. The imagery of still waters and green pastures painted a landscape of peace, a sanctuary for weary souls searching for refuge. As whispers of David's struggles spread through the ages, the Psalms became more than a record of his life. They evolved into a universal language of resilience. When the Babylonian exile tore the Israelites from their homeland, their hearts ached with confusion and sorrow. The Psalms echoed their grief, their longing for Jerusalem, a city that had been both their refuge and their pride. "By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down, we wept when we remembered Zion." The tears of those captives mingled with the ancient words, creating a river of shared anguish. But within that river flowed a current of hope. Psalm 126 bursts forth with joy, proclaiming, "When the Lord turned again the captivity of Zion, we were like them that dream." This yearning for freedom became a flame in their hearts. It fueled their resilience, allowing them to envision a future where laughter would once again echo through the hills of their homeland. The promise of restoration became a rallying cry, knitting their spirits together in shared faith. In the historical tapestry of the Psalms, one can feel the pulse of humanity. During the reign of King Solomon, as the temple was built in all its glory, the Psalms served as both prayers and songs of praise. They were recited in moments of celebration, moments of heartbreak, and everything in between. They were the soundtrack to life itself, embodying the spirit of a people determined to rise above their trials. Each line crafted with intention, a reflection of their collective journey through despair toward hope. Fast forward to the dark days of the Roman Empire. The early Christians, facing persecution and isolation, turned to the Psalms for strength. Those ancient words filled their hearts with courage, reminding them of their shared faith in the face of unthinkable adversity. "I lift up my eyes to the hills, where does my help come from?" they would chant, their voices echoing in the shadows of catacombs. The Psalms became a bridge, connecting them to their ancestors, drawing strength from the shared cries of their forebears who had withstood their own trials. Generations later, during the harrowing days of slavery in America, the Psalms yet again took root in the hearts of those yearning for freedom. They found a voice in the suffering, turning to the words that promised deliverance. "I will lift up my voice in song." In the fields, under the scorching sun, these verses transformed into spirituals, songs of hope that reverberated against the chains that bound them. The rhythms of their labor infused the words with life, echoing the resilience that coursed through their very beings. In every age, from the dusty roads of Jerusalem to the cotton fields of the South, the Psalms have offered a sanctuary for the weary. They speak of pain, yes, but more importantly, they speak of the indomitable spirit that refuses to be crushed. The raw emotions expressed in those verses resonate deeply, a balm for broken hearts, a lighthouse in the storm. As the sun sets on the horizon, casting a warm glow over a world still in turmoil, the Psalms continue to call out, an ancient refrain of resilience. In quiet moments, individuals still find themselves drawn to these sacred words, clinging to the promises of hope and healing. "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." Those promises ring true across the ages, a reminder that even in the depths of despair, we are never truly alone. With each prayer whispered into the silence, each tear shed, the Psalms weave a tapestry of hope that binds past and present together. They stand as an unyielding testament to the human spirit's ability to endure, to rise from the ashes and find joy once more. The connection between the ancient and the modern is palpable, an unbroken line of faith that continues to inspire countless souls seeking solace. And so, as the stars twinkle above, casting their light upon the earth, the words of the Psalms linger in the air, waiting to be absorbed, cherished, and embraced. They beckon to those in need, promising that even in the darkest of times, hope springs eternal, waiting for the brave to grasp it and soar. The story continues, unfurling like the pages of history, leading into the next chapter of a timeless narrative that binds us all. The candle flickered in the dim light of the small gallery, its flame casting shadows that danced on the walls, where vibrant paintings hung, each one a testament to the struggle and beauty of the human spirit. A soft rustle of pages echoed in the background as visitors leaned closer, captivated by the words that spoke of anguish and joy, despair and hope. The Psalms, ancient and wise, had found their way into this modern space, whispering their timeless messages through art and literature, a bridge connecting centuries and souls. One painting stood out, a vivid portrayal of a shepherd under a vast sky, reminiscent of the legendary Psalm 23. The colors were bold, deep blues swirling with golden yellows, a depiction of peace amidst turmoil. The artist had channeled the words, "I shall not want," transforming them into a visual symphony that tugged at the heart. Observers stood entranced, feeling the weight of longing and comfort in the art. It was as if the shepherd was inviting them into a realm of solace, where their burdens could be laid down. Not far from the painting, a poet recited verses inspired by the Psalms, his voice trembling with emotion. Each line he spoke resonated with the crowd, echoing the struggles of modern life. "How long, O Lord?" he cried, his eyes glistening with tears, encapsulating the deep-seated ache many felt in their own lives. Those words, steeped in the rich history of despair and yearning, struck chords that reverberated through the souls of the listeners. They felt the weight of centuries of pain and hope wrapped in those few syllables, a collective sigh rising from the crowd as they shared a moment of vulnerability and connection. Across the gallery, a sculptor worked tirelessly, hands covered in clay, crafting a figure that embodied the strength found in the Psalms. He sculpted a woman, arms raised as if praising the heavens, her face a portrait of resolute faith. Each stroke of his hands was a tribute to the psalmist's cries, a celebration of the belief that even in darkness, there is light. As the onlookers gathered around, they could almost hear the soft echo of "Create in me a clean heart, O God," ringing through the air. The artist's creation was more than mere stone. It was a living testament to the power of faith and the human condition. In the realm of literature, the Psalms cast a long shadow over countless writers, their influence woven into the fabric of narratives both grand and intimate. A young novelist tapped into this heritage, crafting a tale of redemption that mirrored the cries of the psalmists. Her protagonist, burdened by guilt and loss, found solace in the verses, whispering them like a mantra, "Restore to me the joy of your salvation." Readers across the globe connected with her words, each page soaked in tears, laughter, and a shared longing for forgiveness. The Psalms breathed life into her story, binding her characters to the universal truths that transcend time. As night fell, the gallery filled with a palpable energy. A musician took center stage, her fingers dancing over the strings of a harp, an instrument echoing the ancient sounds of the Psalms. The melody wrapped around the audience like a warm embrace, each note drawing out emotions long tucked away. "Sing to the Lord a new song," she sang softly, her voice a tender balm to weary hearts. The audience was enraptured, swaying to the rhythm of the sacred words, feeling as if they were part of a greater chorus spanning generations. It was a moment where art and spirituality intertwined, each soul present caught in a web of shared experience. The influence of the Psalms echoed even in the digital age, where social media became a modern stage for their messages. A young artist shared her illustrations inspired by the Psalms, each image a vibrant reflection of struggles and triumphs. Her followers responded with fervor, commenting on how her artwork spoke to their hearts, offering solace in times of trouble. "The Lord is my light," one user wrote, attaching a photo of the artwork that depicted a radiant sun breaking through dark clouds. a reminder of hope dawning even in despair. The Psalms, once whispered on scrolls, now roared across the internet, breathing life into a new generation. In theater, playwrights crafted powerful dramas rooted in the Psalms, their characters wrestling with faith and doubt. The audience sat on the edge of their seats as actors delivered lines filled with raw emotion, the familiar verses transforming into dialogues that echoed the essential struggle of the human heart. As the curtains fell, the audience erupted in applause, their hearts stirred, minds racing with the weight of what they had just witnessed. The Psalms had become a canvas upon which the complexities of life were painted, each stroke resonating with the unspoken fears and hopes of those who witnessed the performances. As the night wore on, the gallery hummed with conversations that felt both intimate and grand. Strangers sharing their stories, connecting over the themes that the Psalms had woven into their lives. In the corner, a group of friends huddled together, their laughter spilling like music into the air. They spoke of their favorite verses, each word unlocking memories of personal triumphs and struggles. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, one recited, the gravity of the words hanging between them, a silent acknowledgement of the battles fought and won. The spirit of the Psalms wrapped around them all, binding them in a tapestry of human experience, an unbreakable thread connecting their hearts across time and space. Each brushstroke, every note played, and all the verses recited acted as a mirror reflecting their innermost selves, inviting them to confront their fears and celebrate their joys. The evening was more than an exhibition. It was a sacred gathering, a testament to the enduring power of the Psalms in shaping hearts and minds, an echo of ancient cries that still resounded in the world today. Outside, the stars twinkled brightly, the night sky a vast expanse of possibility. The stories of the Psalms, filled with emotion and depth, continued to ripple through time, whispering promises of love, strength, and redemption. As the last guests stepped out into the cool night air, they carried with them the resonance of something profound, a reminder that beneath the weight of history, the words of ancient poets could still illuminate their paths, guide their hearts, and inspire their spirits. The evening had not ended. It had transformed, flowing seamlessly into the rhythms of life, inviting them to carry the legacy of the Psalms into the world beyond the gallery walls. Under the flickering candlelight of an ancient chapel, the air buzzes with whispered prayers and unspoken truths. The Psalms, often recited in hushed reverence, echo with the raw emotions of longing, despair, and hope. Yet, beneath the surface of these sacred texts lies a complex tapestry of gender and interpretation that has remained largely unexplored, like a mysterious shadow lurking at the edges of perception. As the moonlight streams through the stained glass, illuminating forgotten passages, one can almost hear the voices of women who have been silenced throughout history. Their struggles, their joys, their cries for justice. These resonate in the verses of the Psalms, waiting patiently to be rediscovered. The Psalms speak of a God who is both father and mother, yet the voices of women often fade into the background, overshadowed by the dominant narratives that define the texts. Scholars have begun to peel back the layers of these poetic verses, revealing stories that challenge long-held interpretations. The Psalms, rich with metaphor, contain not only the heart's cry for deliverance, but also a symphony of female experience. There are moments in which the feminine attributes of God come alive, where the imagery of the nurturing mother juxtaposes with that of the powerful warrior. Psalms echo with maternal tenderness, celebrating the qualities of love and protection that women embody. Yet, how often have these been overlooked? Consider Psalm 23, where the Lord is depicted as a shepherd guiding and nurturing his flock. The images evoke a deep sense of safety, akin to that of a mother cradling her child. Feminist interpretations shine a light on these softer images, revealing that God's nature encompasses all aspects of humanity. Shouldn't these words uplift the marginalized, rather than enforce patriarchal structures that diminish their voices? The texts become a canvas upon which women can project their struggles, their resilience, and their faith. Look closely at Psalm 137, where the exiled community laments their homeland, invoking the rivers of Babylon. The pain of separation resonates deeply, but through a feminist lens, the communal cry of lost identity and longing takes on a new dimension. Here, women's experiences in exile often go unrecorded, their stories woven into the background like forgotten threads. Yet, this is where the power of interpretation lies, turning the focus onto those who suffered silently, inviting their stories to the forefront. With every verse, the emotional weight grows heavier, a palpable tension that grips the heart. Scholars who apply feminist readings uncover the richness of metaphors and the multiplicity of identities present in the Psalms. They challenge the traditional views that have often painted women in passive roles, instead revealing fierce figures of strength and resilience. The Psalms become a dialogue, a chorus of voices demanding to be heard, echoing the struggles of women throughout the ages. By revisiting these texts, one begins to notice the subtle nuances, a word choice that hints at defiance, an image that evokes empowerment. Take, for instance, the depiction of wisdom in Proverbs, often aligned with femininity. Feminist interpreters emphasize this connection, reminding us that wisdom is not merely an abstract concept, but a vital force often embodied by women. The very nature of wisdom calls for a reclamation of female voices, allowing them to emerge as leaders, teachers, and prophets. In the stillness of the chapel, one can feel the weight of history pressing down. For centuries, interpretations have favored the male perspective, overshadowing the contributions and insights of women. Yet, as feminist scholars bring their perspectives to light, they do more than reinterpret, they resurrect the stories. They breathe life into the countless unnamed women who have poured their souls into the Psalms, transforming the texts into vibrant reflections of their reality. Consider the visceral anguish of Psalm 42, where the psalmist cries out, "As a deer longs for flowing streams, so my soul longs for you, O God." Through a feminist lens, this longing morphs into something deeper, an exploration of the relationship between the sacred and the feminine. The longing for connection, for understanding, speaks to the innate desire for recognition that so many women have felt throughout history. It is a powerful reminder that these texts are not just ancient words. They are living, breathing narratives that continue to resonate with the struggles faced by women today. As the shadows lengthen, the stories intertwine, creating a rich tapestry of faith and identity. The Psalms, when viewed through a feminist lens, become a powerful tool for understanding the complexities of gender, offering a pathway to healing and empowerment. Emotions surge, anger, sadness, joy, as the texts reveal layers of meaning that were once concealed. The struggle for interpretation becomes a collective journey, inviting every reader to engage with the texts not as passive observers, but as active participants in a dialogue that transcends time. In this atmosphere of reverence and discovery, the narratives of women echo louder than ever before. The Psalms become a sanctuary where their voices can rise, intertwining with the cries of the psalmists. Each reading becomes an act of reclamation, turning the pages into a powerful testament of survival, faith, and resilience. The historical richness of these texts offers not only insight into the past but also hope for the future, a future where every voice matters, regardless of gender. As the flickering candlelight dances across the chapel walls, the stories continue to unfold, a testament to the enduring power of the Psalms. The emotional journey through these sacred verses is far from over. It is merely the beginning of a deeper exploration into the heart of faith, identity, and the human experience. The tension remains palpable, a magnetic force drawing one to the next revelation, to the next heartbeat of this sacred text. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden hue over ancient stone ruins, where echoes of whispered prayers lingered like sweet incense in the air. Each crumbling wall held stories, an unbroken chain of faith, woven through centuries and cultures. In this timeless place, the Psalms, sacred songs of devotion and lament, resonated, like distant thunder rolling across vast spiritual landscapes. A Jewish scholar, wrapped in the soft embrace of a prayer shawl, stood among crumbling stones, chanting the words that had been passed down through generations. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." His voice, rich with emotion, floated into the twilight, carrying with it centuries of longing, hope, and trust. To him, These ancient verses were more than mere words. They were a lifeline, a bridge to a divine presence that felt both near and far. Not far away, a Sufi mystic listened intently, enraptured by the melody of the Psalms. He believed that the essence of the divine could be found in every holy verse, in every heartfelt cry. "In the midst of my anguish, I will sing," he murmured softly, his heart fluttering with the rhythm of devotion. His eyes sparkled with the thrill of recognition, the understanding that these sacred texts resonated beyond borders, transcending language and culture. A Christian nun, bathed in the soft glow of candlelight, turned her pages with reverence, tracing her fingers over the familiar lines. "Create in me a clean heart, O God," she whispered, her chest swelling with emotion. In her solitude, the Psalms were a balm, an assurance that she was not alone in her struggles. Her faith intertwined with those of the Jewish and Sufi voices, a tapestry of shared experiences, reflecting the human condition in its rawest form. A Muslim man knelt in the cool evening air, his lips moving silently as he recalled the sacred verses. "When my soul is overwhelmed, lead me to the rock that is higher than I." He found solace in these words, which echoed his own prayers in the quiet of night. His heart beat in time with the Psalms, a rhythm of vulnerability and strength that united him with the wider world. Each prayer, each yearning for divine connection, created invisible threads that linked him to the others scattered across the globe. As night fell, the stars twinkled like 1,000 eyes watching over a world steeped in faith. A gathering formed around the flickering light of a fire, where stories flowed as freely as the flames danced. The Psalms emerged as a common language, weaving together narratives of love and loss, of doubt and faith. A shared understanding blossomed in this space, a feeling that transcended words. A Hindu elder shared his own sacred verse, drawing parallels between the Psalms and the ancient chants of the Vedas. "In the spirit of devotion, I find the same longing," he said, his voice steady and warm. The group leaned in, captivated by the connection that shimmered between their diverse beliefs. The sacred was alive among them, an electric current zipping through their hearts, amplifying the emotional weight of their shared truths. In that moment, a young woman from a distant land spoke up, her voice trembling with passion. "Every psalm is a prayer, a cry for help, a song of joy. They resonate with the struggles of our lives, regardless of faith." Her words hung in the air, heavy with sincerity. It was an invitation to see the Psalms not just as isolated texts, but as universal expressions of the human soul. The atmosphere shifted, growing thicker with emotion. Each person felt the pulse of connection, a heartbeat shared across time and space. They began to recite passages from the Psalms, each voice layering over the last, creating a tapestry of sound that enveloped them. The gentle cadence echoed like a heartbeat, a rhythm of shared joys and sorrows that bound them together. A priest nearby, moved by the rising tide of voices, let out a soft laugh. "Isn't it beautiful?" he exclaimed. "These songs unite us, singing the same truths in different tongues." His joy was infectious, spreading like wildfire among the group. They could feel it in their chests, the power of their shared humanity. A reminder that the search for meaning, for connection with the divine, was a thread that weaved through all their lives. As the flames flickered, a silence fell over the gathering, their hearts swelling with a deep sense of belonging. They realized that the Psalms, with their cries of despair and songs of praise, had lit a spark that transcended their individual beliefs. They were not just isolated voices but part of a greater chorus, a symphony of faith that reached upwards, echoing through time and space. It was then that a chill swept through the air, carrying with it the scent of forgotten prayers and ancient longing. The wind seemed to awaken the spirits of those who had come before them, urging them to continue the conversation that started long ago. Each voice that had ever sung a psalm reverberated in the space, reminding them that their struggles and joys were part of an eternal dialogue, a profound connection that defied the boundaries of time and culture. Just as the last embers of light flickered, a soft sound broke the silence. A voice, fragile yet steady, rose into the night. It was a child sitting at the edge of the group, her innocence illuminating the darkness. "Can we sing together?" she asked, her eyes wide with wonder. The request was simple yet profound, an invitation to reaffirm their bond through the universal language of song. As they stood, hand in hand, voices blending harmoniously under the starlit sky, they were transformed. In that moment, the barriers that had once defined them faded away. The Psalms became their shared lifeline, a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity that craved connection, understanding, and love. Each note struck a chord deep within their souls, echoing the heartbeat of the world itself, a world yearning for unity amid its beautiful diversity. And as their songs soared into the night, the very fabric of faith shimmered with the promise of hope, leaving an everlasting imprint on the tapestry of belief. A reminder that the divine could often be found in the simplest of moments, in the shared songs and prayers that transcended all boundaries. In a dimly lit sanctuary, the flickering candlelight cast a warm glow on the worn pages of an ancient book. A soft voice broke the silence, reciting verses that resonated with the very fabric of the human soul. As the words of the Psalms floated through the air, hearts stirred, and the weight of the world began to lift. It was here, in this sacred moment, that centuries of faith converged with the present, igniting a spark of connection that transcended time. The Psalms, a collection of lyrical prayers and heartfelt cries, served as a mirror to the soul. Each verse was a brushstroke on the canvas of spiritual formation, painting a picture of raw human emotion intertwined with divine promise. The ancient Israelites penned these songs during turbulent times: exile, despair, joy, and triumph. They were not mere words. They were lifelines, a channel through which the faithful could communicate their deepest longings, fears, and hopes to God. Consider David, the shepherd boy turned king, who poured his heart into these verses. As he fled from Saul, hunted and alone, he penned words that echoed his anguish and despair. "How long, O Lord, will you forget me forever?" The cry was not just for David. It reverberated through the ages, capturing the essence of human suffering. Those words held power, resonating with anyone who had ever felt abandoned, lost, or forgotten. Imagine a young woman in a modern city, struggling with the weight of expectations and dreams that feel just out of reach. As she opens her Bible, the words leap off the page. "Create in me a clean heart, O God." In that moment, she feels seen, understood. The Psalms break through the noise of her life, providing solace and clarity. It's as if she's conversing with a friend who knows her pain and offers comfort. Throughout history, the Psalms have been a refuge for countless believers seeking spiritual depth. Monks in medieval monasteries chanted them in rhythmic prayer, allowing the phrases to shape their devotion. The repetition became a balm for their weary souls, guiding them toward a deeper understanding of God's presence. In those hushed stone walls, the echoes of the Psalms intertwined with the silence, fostering an atmosphere of contemplation and peace. Fast forward to the tumultuous times of the Reformation. Martin Luther, grappling with doubt and the weight of his convictions, found solace in the Psalms. They became a source of strength as he fought for a faith that felt both fragile and powerful. "Out of the depths I cry to you, O Lord," he declared, embodying the cries of countless others. In the throes of spiritual struggle, the Psalms provided an anchor, reminding him that the journey of faith was not a solitary one. Yet, it is not just the cries of anguish that resonate. The Psalms also sing of joy and thanksgiving. "This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it." In places of celebration, these verses have been recited to mark life's milestones, bridging generations in a tapestry of gratitude. A wedding, a birth, or a simple gathering of friends finds its voice in the Psalms, allowing the sacred to permeate the ordinary. Consider the role of the Psalms during the American Civil Rights Movement. Leaders like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. eloquently intertwined the powerful verses with their vision of justice and equality. "The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear?" became a battle cry, infusing hope into hearts weary from struggle. The Psalms transformed despair into courage, inviting a vision of a future where freedom and justice reigned. The emotional depth of the Psalms invites believers into a dynamic relationship with God. They are not just poetic expressions. They are invitations to engage in dialogue with the divine. In moments of praise, the writer lifts their voice to the heavens, while in moments of lament, they pour out their souls, unafraid to express vulnerability. This raw honesty fosters a spiritual formation that is both profound and transformative. In churches around the world, congregations gather, hearts beating in unison as they recite the Psalms. The rhythm of voices rising and falling creates a sacred symphony that echoes through time. Each verse sung is a thread woven into the tapestry of faith, connecting lives and experiences across cultures and generations. The emotional intensity is palpable, a collective heartbeat that reminds everyone present they are part of something far greater than themselves. As night falls, the flickering candles illumine faces filled with awe and reverence. The Psalms, echoing through the ages, continue to shape the hearts of those who seek spiritual formation. They whisper promises of hope, love, and redemption, inviting individuals into a deeper understanding of themselves and their Creator. History is rich with stories of transformation through the Psalms. Soldiers in battle sought comfort in their verses, while the downtrodden found strength to rise again. Each generation has taken up the mantle, drawn to the timeless truths that resonate through the ages. The Psalms are a bridge across centuries, creating a continuum of faith that pulses with life. Imagine a future where these sacred texts continue to inspire souls, guiding them in their quest for meaning. The emotional landscape painted by the Psalms remains vibrant, a living testament to the power of words to shape lives. Each individual, in their solitude or community, can find solace, purpose, and connection with the divine. In every heart, the Psalms stir the echoes of joy and sorrow, weaving a complex narrative of faith that refuses to end. As one verse leads to another, the journey persists, a continuous thread that binds the faithful together. The Psalms stand as a testament to the enduring power of spiritual formation, beckoning seekers to engage, reflect, and ultimately transform in the light of their ageless wisdom. The air was thick with anticipation, as if the very walls of ancient temples were waiting to exhale the wisdom of centuries. In the quiet corners of dusty libraries and the hushed tones of seminar rooms, scholars wrestled with the Psalms, those timeless hymns that have echoed through history with a voice both comforting and piercing. The flickering candlelight cast shadows on the parchment pages, illuminating passages where generations sought solace, guidance, and an understanding of the divine. Long before the first ink dried on these sacred texts, the Psalms were sung in the streets and whispered in the winds of Israel. They were more than mere words. They were the heartbeat of a people, a lifeline connecting them to their God. Even now, as modern theologians sift through layers of meaning and context, the Psalms remain a treasure trove of emotion, inviting a new generation to engage with their raw honesty and profound beauty. In the new wave of scholarship, a fresh understanding arises, a movement that sees the Psalms not merely as ancient songs, but as living dialogues alive with tension and hope. Scholars are no longer just interpreters. They are passionate advocates for the relevance of these texts in a world that often feels chaotic and disconnected. They study the rhythms of the Hebrew language, uncovering the nuances that speak of despair, joy, anger, and love. Each word is a brushstroke on the canvas of faith, each verse a note in the symphony of existence. With each passing year, the Psalms take on new layers of meaning as they are examined through contemporary lenses. How can a lament from thousands of years ago resonate with the struggles of today? They find parallels in the cries for justice in our cities, in the burdens of anxiety that weigh heavily on the shoulders of the young. These ancient lyrics shake hands with modern realities, creating a bridge that spans time and experience. Scholars highlight these connections, igniting discussions that leave congregants breathless with recognition. Faith communities gather, seeking to embrace this scholarship. They share, debate, and reflect, igniting a fire of renewed interest. In church basements and community centers, groups study the Psalms together, their voices rising in unison, creating a tapestry of shared experience. The intimate act of singing these texts transforms into a collective therapy, a way to work through grief, joy, and uncertain futures. The Psalms, once confined to the edges of liturgy, now weave themselves into the very fabric of worship and everyday life. Around the world, the haunting melodies of Psalm 23 still bring comfort. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." This verse, so simple, carries deep resonance. It speaks to the wandering hearts searching for meaning in a world filled with noise. Faith leaders are invigorated by the call to share these messages, reintroducing the Psalms to a generation yearning for authenticity. They stand in front of their congregations, voices quavering with conviction, as they share how these ancient words can penetrate the barriers that isolate us. Yet, there is tension in the air, a push and pull between tradition and innovation. Some voices rise in opposition, insisting these sacred texts must be preserved as they are, unblemished by the lens of modernity. They argue that the beauty of the Psalms lies in their historical context, that to alter them is to lose their essence. This debate crackles with intensity, revealing the passionate commitment individuals have to their faith and interpretation. But the scholars press on undeterred. They challenge the boundaries, daring to ask, what if the Psalms were designed to evolve? What if their purpose was to adapt and speak anew through each generation? With every question posed, they kindle the flames of curiosity and wonder. The Psalms become not just relics but conduits of transformation, urging believers to engage with the divine in a world that often feels disenchanted. As faith communities grapple with change, the Psalms remain a touchstone, a constant amidst the shifting tides of belief. The stories of the faithful unfold like the verses themselves, each life a new interpretation, each struggle a new song. Those who once felt isolated in their pain find companionship in the laments of David. The raw expression of fear and doubt becomes a bridge, connecting hearts that beat in sync with uncertainty. In the crucible of faith and scholarship, new voices emerge. Women, people of color, and those from diverse backgrounds are reclaiming the Psalms, breathing their stories into these ancient texts. They infuse the songs with fresh perspectives, reminding the world that the divine speaks in myriad ways. The Psalms are becoming a platform not just for the powerful, but for the marginalized, underscoring the universal truth that faith is a mosaic, rich with the colors of experience. In the quietest moments of reflection, far away from the academic debates, individuals find themselves wrapped in the warmth of these texts. They sit alone, perhaps in a sunbeam streaming through a window or on a park bench beneath the sprawling branches of an oak tree. Each psalm they read is a conversation with the divine, a reminder that they are never truly alone. These intimate encounters, hidden from the world's gaze, spark a revolution of the soul, urging hearts to pour out their deepest fears and wildest hopes. In the shadows of towering libraries and bustling community halls, the future of the Psalms hangs in the balance, an invitation to reimagine what it means to connect with the sacred. As vibrant discussions unfold, hearts open, and lives intertwine, the anticipation of what comes next is palpable, an electric current weaving through the air. There is a sense that the Psalms are more than ever alive, echoing into the distance, calling forth a future rich with possibility, full of faith, and tinged with the beauty of human experience. The first light of dawn kissed the treetops, casting a gentle glow over the ancient hills. Birds stirred, their joyous songs filling the air, weaving a tapestry of sound that echoed through the valleys. In this serene landscape, one could almost hear the whispers of the past, the voices of poets and prophets who penned the sacred words of the Psalms. Each verse, a heartbeat of creation, resonated with the rhythm of nature, inviting all who would listen to marvel at the beauty of the world around them. In the Psalms, the earth itself emerges as a living testament to the Creator's artistry. The heavens declare the glory of God. The skies proclaim the work of His hands. These words ripple through time, inviting every heart to pause and recognize the intricate relationship between Creator and creation. The mountains stand tall, guardians of wisdom and history, and the rivers flow, carrying stories of life and sustenance. Long ago, the ancients wandered these paths, their feet brushing against the soft earth, their souls intertwined with the flora and fauna that thrived under the sun. As the scriptures unfold, a profound respect for the environment emerges, an echo of the Creator's love for all that breathes. Each psalm invites reflection, urging humanity to see itself not as an owner of the land but as a steward, entrusted with its care. The beauty of creation is woven with threads of responsibility, a sacred duty to preserve and protect the earth. The words leap off the pages, alive with emotion, as the psalmists pour out their hearts in awe of the natural world, painting vivid pictures of God's handiwork. One can imagine David, the shepherd king, wandering through the fields, his heart swelling with gratitude as he gazes upon the splendor of the blooming wildflowers and the majestic mountains towering in the distance. His words capture that moment. As the deer pants for streams of water, so my soul pants for you, my God. The longing for divine connection is mirrored in the deep thirst of creation itself, a desperate yearning for care, a cry for respect. This powerful imagery ignites a fire within, a reminder of the bond that exists between humanity and nature. The Psalms are not merely a collection of verses. They are a call to action. They urge us to awaken our senses and recognize the cries of the earth beneath our feet. O Lord, how manifold are your works! In wisdom you have made them all. The earth is full of your creatures. Each creature, from the smallest ant to the mightiest elephant, plays a role in the grand symphony of life. The interconnectedness of all beings is a tapestry woven with threads of love and care, inviting humanity to recognize its place in the intricate design. As history unfolds, the themes of creation care resonate across generations. The psalmists, with their rich heritage, inspired countless souls to find solace and meaning in the natural world. Ancient traditions revered the earth, honoring its cycles and seasons, celebrating the bounty it provided. Festivals marked the rhythms of planting and harvest, acknowledging the sacred dance of life. Each ritual was a reminder that humanity is but a small part of a much larger story, a story that calls for reverence and responsibility. Yet, as ages passed, the world changed. The voices of creation grew softer, muffled by the clamor of industry and progress. Rivers once teeming with life became shadowed by pollution, and forests that whispered secrets of the ancients now lay silent under the weight of deforestation. The cries of the earth, once vibrant and clear, became a distant echo. The Psalms, however, remained steadfast, a beacon of hope, reminding humanity of its duty to care for the world entrusted to it. The emotional weight of these ancient texts is palpable, stirring something deep within. The psalmists understood that the health of the earth mirrored the health of the soul. The earth is the Lord's, and everything in it, the world, and all who live in it. This declaration resonates with urgency, a call to recognize the divine spark present in every blade of grass, every drop of rain, every breath of wind. The urgency is felt in the pulse of the natural world, urging humanity to awaken from its slumber and rise to the challenge of nurturing the planet. In a world so often dominated by greed and exploitation, the Psalms stand as a powerful reminder of what is at stake. They call out to us, urging us to heed the signs of the times. The beauty of creation is fragile, and the consequences of neglect are dire. The verses resonate with a haunting melody, echoing through the ages, pleading for a return to harmony and respect. Let everything that has breath praise the Lord. These words ignite a fire in the soul, a call to action that cannot be ignored. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the landscape, the ancient hills seemed to breathe, a reminder that creation is alive. The Psalms, with their rich tapestry of emotion, beckon humanity to listen, to really hear the cries of the earth and respond with love. Each verse is a promise, a commitment to care, a reminder that the world is a sacred gift. The beauty and fragility of life intertwine, creating a poignant reminder of the responsibility that lies in our hands. With every passing moment, the tension builds, the urgency palpable in the air. The ancient words resonate louder, urging a generation to rise and embrace the mantle of creation care. The call is clear, the stakes are high, and the journey is just beginning. The Psalms stand as a bridge between past and present, a timeless invitation to all who will listen. The earth holds its breath, waiting for humanity to awaken, to embrace its role as caretakers of creation. And in that waiting, a profound sense of hope lingers, ready to be harnessed by those willing to heed the call. In a dimly lit room, a scholar sits hunched over a weathered manuscript, the faint flicker of a candle casting dancing shadows on the walls. The air is thick with history, the weight of 1,000 voices echoing through time. Each page of the Psalms whispers secrets, and the scholar feels a chill run down their spine, as if the very words are alive, yearning to be understood. This is not merely a collection of ancient hymns. It's a cosmic dialogue where human emotion meets divine inspiration. The Psalms, with their raw expressions of despair, joy, longing, and hope, have fascinated academics for centuries. Scholars of various backgrounds approach these texts with a rich tapestry of methods, each thread woven from the looms of history, linguistics, theology, and literary analysis. It's a dance of intellect and heart, where the goal is not just to interpret, but to feel the divine pulse that beats behind the words. Historical critical methods stand as one of the grand pillars of Psalms research. This approach seeks to peel back the layers of time, examining the historical contexts in which these songs were sung. The psalmists were not just writers. They were voices from a tumultuous past, understanding the political landscapes, social upheavals, and personal tribulations of ancient Israel provides crucial insights into the urgency behind their cries. Take, for instance, Psalm 137, echoing the sorrow of exiles longing for their homeland. The imagery of Babylon, with its rivers and weeping, reflects an emotional landscape painted by the brush of suffering and hope. Then there's the literary approach, where scholars revel in the artistry of the Psalms. These texts are more than religious poetry. They are masterpieces. The structure, the parallelism, the rhythm, it all breathes life into the pages. One can almost hear the haunting melody of the words as they flow off the tongue. Each psalm is crafted with care, like a delicate piece of music, resonating with the spirit of its time. A close reading reveals not just the meaning of the text, but an emotional connection that transcends centuries. It's a reminder that the human experience is timeless, that sorrow and joy are the threads that bind us all. Another layer emerges through sociological analysis. The Psalms serve as a window into the collective psyche of ancient Israel. Who were the people singing these songs? What fears haunted them? What dreams lingered in their hearts? Understanding the community's dynamics, their struggles and triumphs, allows scholars to grasp the Psalms not just as individual creations, but as communal expressions of faith and identity. The cries for help in Psalm 22 resonate with the anxiety of a people facing persecution, while the jubilant praise in Psalm 100 can be seen as a celebration of survival and resilience. The theological approach adds yet another dimension. The Psalms are a dialogue with God, filled with questions and answers, anger and gratitude. They challenge scholars to confront the nature of divinity itself. In this sacred space, the human and the divine intertwine, creating moments of profound spiritual insight. The questions raised in Psalms about justice, mercy, and divine presence echo through generations, urging readers to ponder their own beliefs. When the psalmist cries out, "Why have you forsaken me?" the raw vulnerability strikes a chord in every soul, echoing the deep yearning for connection with the divine. Intertextuality, the study of how texts relate to one another, adds yet another layer of complexity. The Psalms have not only influenced other biblical texts, but have also echoed through the corridors of literature and art throughout history. From the verses that inspired early Christian hymns to the haunting refrains in modern musical compositions, the influence of the Psalms is undeniable. They permeate culture, shaping the way we understand life, love, and loss. The scholar's heart races as they connect these dots, realizing that each reference, each echo, is a testament to the enduring power of these ancient words. As the candles flicker low, a sense of urgency builds in the room. The scholar's fingertips tremble as they reach for a fresh page, eager to document their findings. A sudden realization courses through them. The Psalms are a living entity, constantly interacting with those who engage with them. They are not static relics of the past but vibrant texts that continue to inspire, challenge, and transform. The methods employed in their study are not mere academic exercises. They are avenues to understanding the profound emotions that these sacred songs evoke. The clock ticks loudly, each second punctuating a world full of questions. What does it mean to cry out in despair? How does one find solace in the darkest of hours? Each psalm offers a glimpse into the human soul, a mirror reflecting our deepest fears and highest hopes. The emotional weight of this realization hangs heavy in the air, sparking a fire of passion within the scholar. They are not simply studying a text. They are wrestling with the very fabric of human experience. As the night deepens, the scholar feels a pull toward the next layer of inquiry. What of the performative aspects of the Psalms? How were these texts vocalized, sung, or recited within ancient communities? The idea of collective worship and individual prayer dances in their mind, each thought a flicker of excitement. The shadows on the walls seem to lean in closer, as if the very spirits of the psalmists are urging them to explore this uncharted territory. The room buzzes with energy, and the scholar anticipates the thrilling discoveries that lie ahead, waiting just beyond the horizon of their research, ready to unfold in a whirlwind of emotion and insight. A chill swept through the air of an ancient temple, where flickering candlelight danced against the cold stone walls. The sound of soft whispers echoed, weaving through centuries of worship, yearning, and hope. It was here, in this sacred space, that the Psalms came alive, a bridge connecting the voices of the past with the struggles of the present. In a time long ago, King David strummed his harp under the vast canopy of stars, his heart a turbulent sea of joy and despair. Each note sang of triumph over enemies, the sweet embrace of love, and the raw pain of loss. As his fingers danced over the strings, he poured his soul into words that would resonate through generations. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want," he declared, his voice a balm for weary hearts. This wasn't just poetry. It was a lifeline, a powerful reminder that even in the darkest valleys, there was light to be found. Fast forward 1,000 years, and the world outside that same temple had changed drastically. Yet the cries of humanity remained the same. A young woman named Miriam knelt in her small, dimly lit room, the weight of her worries pressing down on her like a heavy cloak. Her family struggled to make ends meet, and each day felt like a battle against uncertainty. In her hands, she clutched an old copy of the Psalms, the pages worn and frayed, yet infused with hope. As she read aloud, the ancient words seemed to wrap around her like a warm embrace. "Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me." Tears streamed down her cheeks as she felt that connection, as if David himself was reaching through time to comfort her. Moments like these echoed across the ages. In a crowded village, a group of laborers paused from their toil, their hands calloused and worn. They gathered around a fire as one of them, an elder with a voice as strong as the mountains, recited verses from the Psalms. His voice rose and fell like the rhythm of the earth, capturing the essence of their shared struggles and dreams. "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." With every word, a silent understanding passed among them, a bond formed not only through hardship, but through the powerful acknowledgement of their shared humanity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden hues across the sky, stories of resilience unfolded in every corner of the world. A soldier, weary and haunted by the echoes of war, found solace in the lines of Psalm 23. In the chaos of battle, he whispered, "Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil." Those words became his armor, a shield against despair, grounding him in the hope of returning home to loved ones. The Psalms wove through lives like a river, carrying both the pain of loss and the joy of celebration. During a festival in a lively town square, people danced and sang, celebrating the harvest. Amid the merriment, an old man raised his voice, reciting a psalm that spoke of gratitude. "I will give thanks to the Lord with my whole heart. I will tell of all your wonderful deeds." The crowd fell silent, caught in the magic of that moment, their hearts swelling with appreciation for life's gifts, large and small. But the Psalms also held space for sorrow. In a small home, a grieving widow sat by the window, staring blankly at the world outside. The silence was deafening, and the emptiness around her felt insurmountable. She reached for her Bible, her fingers trembling as she turned to the words of lament. My God, why have you forsaken me?" It was in that sacred space of shared grief that she found a flicker of understanding. These words, spoken thousands of years before, echoed her own pain, reminding her that she was not alone in her suffering. Throughout history, the Psalms became a lifeline for the lost, the broken, and the weary. They were sung in cathedrals, recited in homes, and whispered in quiet corners, transcending time and culture. Each verse contained the essence of human experience: the joy of love, the agony of loss, the longing for peace. It was a tapestry of faith interwoven with raw, unfiltered emotion, creating a bridge that connected the living with the spirits of the past. In a small church, a choir gathered to practice, their voices filling the space with harmony and grace. As they sang, "His love endures forever," the lyrics transported them back to moments of their own trials and triumphs. Each note was a reminder that love, like the Psalms, was eternal, a thread binding them to one another and to generations before them. In their voices, they carried the hopes and dreams of countless others, transforming ancient verses into a contemporary anthem of faith. And so, the Psalms continued to resonate, an unbroken chain linking the past to the present. The struggles, fears, and joys of those long gone were mirrored in the faces of those who came after, a beautiful reminder that the human spirit remains resilient. From the heart of an ancient king to the quiet prayers of modern-day believers, the Psalms became a powerful testament to the journey of life itself, a bridge that stood firm, no matter the tides of time. As dusk settled over the land, the whispers of the Psalms lingered in the air, infusing every heart with courage and hope. It was a reminder that in every echo of sorrow, joy awaited. In every moment of despair, words of encouragement emerged. The cycle of life continued, pulsating with the rhythm of ages past, ever present, and eternally intertwined. And as the candlelight flickered, casting shadows of those who had come before, the connection deepened, hinting at the stories yet to unfold, the voices yet to be heard, and the hearts yet to find solace in the everlasting embrace of the Psalms. In a dimly lit room, an elderly man sits by the flickering light of a solitary candle, his hands trembling as he opens a worn leather-bound book. Its pages are yellowed with age, the edges frayed, yet each word shines with a brilliance that has transcended time. The Psalms. As he reads aloud, his voice breaks with emotion, the echoes of ancient prayers filling the silence around him. There's a magic in those verses, a connection to something far greater than himself, something eternal. Throughout history, the Psalms have resonated with countless souls, cradling hearts in moments of joy and sorrow alike. Each line, a lifeline. Each stanza, a bridge to understanding profound truths about human existence. They were penned during tumultuous times when hope flickered faintly like the candle in the old man's room. Yet they have endured, casting warm light on generations that followed. Consider the psalmist David, a shepherd turned king, who poured out his heart in poetic cries. He faced battles that threatened to consume him, not just against enemies in the field but within his own spirit. It was in these valleys of despair that his words crafted a tapestry of resilience. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." The promise of guidance and provision echoed through the ages, offering solace to the weary and lost. It was not just a declaration, it was a lifeline for those who felt abandoned. Every heart that has ever felt lonely found a friend in those words. Around a campfire in the wilderness, a group of weary travelers sits close, sharing stories under the vast blanket of stars. The air is thick with anticipation as one of them begins to recite Psalm 23. As the familiar lines flow, a hush falls over the group. Each word stirs something deep within them. They are not merely listening. They are experiencing a connection, a shared heartbeat of hope and comfort that resonates as strongly today as it did thousands of years ago. The Psalms have also been a voice for the oppressed. In the throes of despair, the cries for justice ring out with a fervor that can still ignite passion. How long, O Lord, will you forget me forever? These words, steeped in raw emotion, have been the battle cry for those suffering under tyranny. Their echoes filled the hearts of slaves seeking freedom, resonated in the protests of those demanding justice, and inspired movements that sought to turn the tide of history. Each phrase was a reminder that even in darkness, voices could rise, demanding to be heard. In ancient Jerusalem, the Psalms were sung as the people ascended to the temple, their voices lifted in unity. Each step towards that sacred space was accompanied by the rhythmic pulse of worship, a collective acknowledgement of divine presence. I was glad when they said to me, "Let us go to the house of the Lord." Can you feel the excitement in their voices? The anticipation of fellowship, the promise of peace. Generations after, those same verses have been sung in cathedrals, in homes, in places of refuge where people come together to seek a sense of belonging. Time marched on, and history twisted and turned with chaos and grace. The Psalms found their way into the hands of monks in the Middle Ages, who would labor over manuscripts, meticulously copying each verse. For them, it was not just a task. It was an act of devotion. They understood the weight of each word. They felt the burden of the cries for help, the jubilation of praise, and the longing for connection. Every time they inked a new line, they were passing down a treasure, ensuring that the songs of old would live on to touch the hearts of future generations. As the Renaissance unfolded, a new wave of artists and thinkers turned to the Psalms for inspiration. Composers like Bach wove their melodies into the fabric of music, creating symphonies that transcended the confines of time. The emotional depth of the Psalms became a wellspring of creativity, expressing the very essence of what it meant to be human. The music soared, echoing the joy, sorrow, and hope found within those ancient words. The Psalms became more than just verses in a book. They were a source of life, painting the tapestry of human experience with every note. Fast forward to the 20th century, and the Psalms found new life in movements that sparked change and demanded acknowledgement of injustices. In the civil rights marches, they were recited to fortify spirits and rally communities. The Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit. These words were not just a comfort. They were a promise of unwavering support. As voices united to proclaim their rights, the Psalms became the anthem of resilience, a call to courage that stirs even today. As the elderly man reads on, the candle flickers, casting dancing shadows on the wall. The words leap from the page, wrapping around him like a warm embrace. The Psalms transcend language, culture, and time, breathing life into shared experiences of joy, sorrow, pain, and hope. They remind us that we are not alone in our struggles. They connect the hearts of humanity through the ages. In a crowded church, voices lift in harmony, singing from the Psalms. Each note carries the weight of 1,000 prayers, the dreams of the broken, the gratitude of the grateful. The air vibrates with emotion, and for a moment, time stands still. This is not just a recitation. It is a communion of souls, an acknowledgement of the deep longing for connection and understanding that binds humanity together. As the candle burns lower and the shadows lengthen, the elderly man closes the Psalms, his heart full. He knows that these words will continue to speak long after the flame extinguishes, echoing in the hearts of those who dare to listen. The enduring legacy of the Psalms remains a timeless treasure, a wellspring of hope and strength, waiting to be embraced by the next generation. And somewhere, within the fabric of history and the human experience, another soul will find solace in those sacred verses, continuing the cycle of connection, love, and longing that has defined humanity since the dawn of time.